Welcome in, everyone, to Dig on America, a socio-political podcast where every week we give you, yes, that's you, the dig on U.S. history, politics, policy, and sometimes pop culture. And then we discuss how they affect socio-political issues today. DOA is independent media funded by listeners, but also, in all likelihood, a deep state propaganda arm funded by the Clinton Foundation, George Soros, Jay-Z, and general fictitious characters such as
Darkwing Duck.
Clearly a sponsor of the podcast.
Duck.
When there's trouble, you call DW and launch
Let's
Bad McQuack.
get dangerous.
Welcome everyone to Dig on America. I am Jason Dutch. I am joined here today by my fellow derelicts, the darkest of all of the world's dark nights. Dark nights.
Yeah,
Dark
get it together, Grouch.
Dark nights.
Get a job, Grouch.
Big Haas. Yes, it's capitalism day, so I must get a job. Big Haas, what's happened?
What's happened?
Oh man,
You see my distant fellow. I hate to kill him.
life is good right now. Life is good right now. I can't wait for the humidor.
You always can't wait for the humidor. Is there a
Pause
week
the
that
show.
you can't?
Pause the show. What is that behind him?
Oh.
Did you build a new shelf?
My goodness, it's beautiful.
Wait.
New shelf, huh?
Wait.
Beautiful.
Wait.
Beautiful. So beautiful.
Oh, don't do it to him.
Fail.
Oh, don't do it to him.
He's epically failing.
Oh, don't
right
do
now.
it to him.
He's trying to turn the black light on.
No.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, there you go. We love it. All right, leave it like that. That's good. Also with us today, without the flashing lights, producer extraordinary, straight from Wakanda.
Shouts to father-in-law.
Shouts
That's
to
nice.
father-in-law. Mickey,
That's nice.
Michelangelo Faminier.
I'm so jelly right now. That looks excellent. That's so good.
It does look good. And for those in the audio listening, we're looking at Haas's new liquor cabinet behind him, which is flashing in different colored strobe lights.
It's nice.
They're changing and they're going to give me a seizure.
He's got some delicious looking LEDs going over there.
My father-in-law loves me very much.
Well,
Ain't
at
we
least
cousins? Don't you want
everyone-
to come to your cousin's house?
you know what they say, every person has their flaws. And that's your father-in-law. So we have a guest here with us today. So welcome in to the show.
What's that?
From
Weirdos.
the Gatekeepers Podcast Network, and the pastor of a church in Kansas. I'm sorry, I forget the name. Not in Iowa.
Get it together.
Get it together, Grouch.
It's in some damn flyover state. Passover. I'm losing it today. Pastor
He's
Sam
not here.
Jones. Jeez Louise. Welcome, Pastor.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And, it's not the first time Iowa's been confused with Kansas, and certainly won't be the last, that's for sure. I'm just amazed every time. Is it Mikey? Every time you take a drink of your cup, like it has the green screen on it. That is just awesome. I'm just saying, that's incredible.
I do you one better.
I like the whole time I've just been watching you take a drink. I'm like, wow, I need just to the green screen. The books in the background isn't nearly as cool.
What do you got there? She's got something. There.
Nice.
So if I really want to drink something that's not in my invisible cup,
I can almost outdo you by putting on my work shirt, but it just comes up like.
Oh, that's way better. That's way better, Zordon. Love it.
I'm Zordon, the space god. How are you?
The
It's
invisible
not
cloak.
space. That's from what's it called? Power Rangers, man. What are you talking about? Space God?
No,
No God.
no. That was Zord or whatever his name was. It wasn't Zorkon.
I said Zordon.
Zorkon was from Emo Phillips stand-up comedy.
Okay.
Yes, where he talks
It's not
about
what I said.
I know, but I know what I said, and I was
Okay.
talking about Zorkon. You will not disrespect Zorkon, Mikey. You will freaking regret it. Zorkon is
Watch
all
me.
powerful. He's all powerful. He is the god of air conditioners.
Not afraid of deities.
I would imagine you're not. All right, so listen, we're going to talk today. Thank you for joining the show. To those of you listening, to our patrons who are joining us, folks watching on the video, we appreciate that. Whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever the hell you're listening on, we appreciate it. So we're going to get started right away with our favorite game and get to know our guest, Pastor Sam Jones here, before we start to dismantle his entire worldview. But I will say thank you for your bravery. We do appreciate your bravery in coming into so-called hostile territory. You know, it is admirable to do so. But we will start with a game. The game we like to play is called 4 Down Territory. So we're asked 4 questions, and here's where I call the audible. And in memory or in honor of you, in memory of you, possibly
Jeez.
soon.
He's all over the place.
Kansas, Mikey's house. Sit hut.
Okay.
All right. First,
you seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you.
First question. Anyone want to take the first one? What do you guys got?
What's the? Oh, can I go?
Yeah. Go
What's the best chain restaurant in Iowa? That like an Iowa exclusive.
Oh boy, Iowa exclusive. I don't even know if we have any Iowa exclusive chain restaurants, but
I hit a nerve.
does have you guys heard of like Village Inn?
No.
Okay,
I don't think so.
Go on.
So it's kind of like a Perkins or an IHOP a little bit.
What is
What's Perkins?
Oh man,
I know what Perkins is.
Yeah,
So
it's like a pancake place, right?
Okay.
Sounds
pancake
good. House.
Yep. Yeah. So except Village Inn is like the cheaper version, and you know, since we're going to talk about capitalism today, I'm all about that.
Remember, Perkins is one of the waitresses that Tiger Woods was banging was a Perkins waitress.
So that's the only reason you know about Perkins, Big House? Come on, man. Y'all gonna leave Tiger alone, man. Tiger has a lot of stuff on his plate right now.
The only reason I know, but I'm just saying.
If I remember right, you could pick like any restaurant chain, and that would be the case.
Pretty much
with Tiger Woods. So
with Tiger. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain, Pastor.
That's all right. Haas, you go. You had the next question.
Okay. I'm assuming you weren't always a pastor. Correct?
No, he was born one.
Yeah, I mean,
what is the most secular
at birth.
What is the most secular thing you did before you were a pastor?
You cut out.
Well, I had an orgy in college once.
Hey, God put his mic on mute.
We won't talk about it.
Like you're talking about as a vocation, just like as a job?
No, act, whatever.
When I was like 10, me and actually the pastor's kid, we went and we wrote our name in the cement of the library. It was wet. They're wet cement. So yeah, for the next
rebel
year, I was pretty concerned as anytime a city car would come by, I thought they were coming to arrest me. So
well, that is kind of incriminating when you put your actual name there.
Your actual name.
You really narrow
Sam
down
Jones. I don't know. There's a lot of Sam Joneses out there. I'm pretty safe.
In Iowa? It's probably in Iowa, yeah.
Yeah.
Being the little snot I was, I would have definitely put Big Haas forever and then walked away and just waited for him to come scoop up Haas for his crimes.
Thanks so much.
That's even better than me put my own name. Sure, it wasn't.
I will go with since streaming services are all the rage these days. What is your favorite and least favorite of the current well-known streaming services and why?
The only one we have right now is Amazon Prime. So, and that's probably not a good one either. They're all about big tech, and plus they have like nothing for selection. I would say
only 36
Are you
36,000
serious?
movies.
well,
There's
I
a ton of stuff.
See, there's stuff that Sam can't watch, I guess.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not, if it's like over G, I can't watch it. That's the
Is
Whatever,
that your
Sam.
parents telling you that, or you?
Whatever, Sam.
no, I'd say my favorite's probably Hulu. And
I like Hulu. I just got finished with Snowfall, and I'm trying to finish up Mayans. There's some other stuff on Hulu that's good.
I don't know if I'm keeping Hulu after this month, man. I don't know.
Really?
I finished most of the shows that I wanted on there.
Have you
would
watched
totally
Mayans
cancel
MC
it.
yet?
Look,
I watched
man,
the first half of the first season, and I didn't enjoy it.
Here's the problem with all the streaming services. They all have exclusives, right?
Yeah.
Once I get into one streaming service's exclusives, I kind of want to finish them out. And if it takes me a couple months, sorry, Hulu, you getting cut from, you riding a bench until I finish all the stuff I got to finish on Amazon, Netflix, Paramount, HBO. Like the only 5 people can play at once. And I got 6 people trying to get on the court at the same time. Somebody gonna have to sit on the bench.
I like Prime Video right now. Is Invincible on Prime Video? I think so. That's where I watch Invincible.
Invincible is.
Oh my God!
Did you start? Dutch is walking away. I'm about to say, did you start that yet, Dutch? But what were you saying, Sam?
See, Prime cut Psych, and like that's my favorite show of all time.
Oh, Psych.
Like, yeah.
Psych is pretty good. Psych is pretty good.
I like Psych, but Invincible.
Although I don't think it's on
Dutch,
Hulu
have you
either,
started
so.
it? Have you started Hulu? Have you started Invincible, Dutch?
I don't have Hulu.
No, it's on Prime.
It's on Amazon Prime.
Oh no, the only thing that I watch, Prime is interesting for me because the only thing I watch on Prime is an occasional movie. Like I watched that Chris Hemsworth movie where he plays
Thor.
Yeah, not that one. The one where he plays like an action hero where he's saving
Thor
the kid
Ragnarok.
from
Thor Ragnarok.
Iran. Yeah,
you talking about Extraction?
Yes, Extraction.
Which was very good.
No, Thor.
Extraction.
Thor Extraction.
Thor
It was good.
Extraction.
It was good though. It was
good. It was a crossover movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
With SEAL
It was
Team 6.
his time as a human. But I watched that.
I've been meaning to watch that. Frustrated.
And then The Boys, obviously.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but outside of that, I don't watch anything on
I'm
Prime.
gonna tell you right now, Dutch.
Yeah.
You've seen The Boys.
Yeah.
In Invincible, there's a character named Omni-Man.
You can't. No, Haas, you can't.
Is he spoiling something?
You can't. Stop yourself right now.
Oh!
Dutch, this is your.
So it's a good
No,
show.
no, hush. Both of you hush.
I'll just take that. All right, I'll watch the show. Here we go.
Both of you hush. Dutch, it is important that you watch this, or Haas is going to have some sort of cardiac event from you not watching this. We need to talk about this. We need to call Imran. We need to call the jock. We need to get Rug Boy in here. You need to watch the first season of Invincible. The first 8 episodes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Pussyfooting around watching whatever the hell you're watching. You're gonna watch Invincible next. You will not be sorry. You will not be mad. You will say
have to.
I commit to watching the first season, if only to prevent the cardiac episode.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna get a vein.
As soon as you watch the first
2 or 3 episodes.
The first half of the first episode, you're gonna be like, oh yes. Give it to me.
Give me more. Give me more.
That's what
like right now, I'm clamoring for season
crack,
2. I need a season
cocaine.
2.
It's crack-a-lackin'.
It is.
Right,
it is crack cut with meth.
Crack-a-lackin'.
Crack cut with meth with heroin sprinkled over the top of it. That's what it is.
Rolled up in a blunt of moon rocks.
Why don't you take your mouth, put it to the microphone, and ask Pastor Sam another question there, Big House. Oh, so he starts eating.
Actually,
all right. I got it.
I went first
Well,
anyway, so
Pastor
my
Sam.
but fine.
Haas is trampling on everyone today, so I figure I'll just let him keep talking.
Pastor Sam. I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna take it. I'm
That's
gonna
all
take
right.
some black privilege.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
What is
Play me
your
my time.
what is your libation of choice?
I'm from Iowa. You're gonna have to.
What is, oh, sorry. What's your
liquor.
drink of choice? What's your liquor of choice?
I don't drink.
What was your liquor of choice?
I grew up.
Is this a Boy Scout meeting? Come on.
Well,
Sam,
okay.
He carved his name in concrete and he doesn't drink.
Oh
Jesus
man,
Christ. We're gonna start there.
You pull this guy up from?
You got infants buried in the basement or something. You gotta have a vice, man.
well,
What's your vice? What is your vice?
I come from a family of carnies, and I'm part gypsy.
No.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Family of carnies?
A carny pastor.
Oh, now see, this is where you get to know people with down territory.
Yeah,
Do
so there you go. Like,
Do tell.
yeah,
They all drank.
Yeah, well, my parents.
Oh my!
Well, a lot of alcoholism in my family. Then that's
Okay, so that makes sense then.
yeah.
Because my mom is the exact same way. She has never had more than a half a glass of wine at a time in her entire per day in her entire life. She's never been drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Never smoked a cigarette. Never nothing. She doesn't do that.
Yeah, so,
But that's because family members were alcoholics.
So tell us about the carny thing. Like, what kind of life was that?
Were you a traveling carny or was it like just a stationary thing?
yeah, so it wasn't me personally, but it was my grandparents. They had a freak show, and apparently
this podcast is a great place for you then because you're in a great freak show now.
Yeah, no, like seriously, had a wild man who would go bite the heads off snakes and things
big
like
Haas.
that. Yeah.
You're going to get booted off the show. You say one more disrespectful thing today, Dutch.
Well, I was going to assign the next role to myself, no matter what it was. So do tell. What's my role?
The bearded lady.
I was about to say that.
I'm an equal opportunity defamatorist, to make up a new term.
Start with yourself.
Yeah, that part.
No.
No bearded lady, but my grandma was the lady who with the light show turned into a gorilla. So I have no idea how that works, but yeah.
They didn't have a website. This was back in the day.
Now is the time for the oh my. Now's the time for the oh my.
My.
And
Oh my!
Yeah.
That's timber.
And I'm trying to think what else.
It is very timorous, isn't it?
They had some food, some shoot out the star kind of stuff, things like that.
What's shoot out the star?
Look like a game, like a game.
It sounds very un-American, very un-American.
Hey, if you do it with a gun, it's probably then
it's American.
The gun the rifle had an American flag on the stock.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's like a BB gun that's basically like an air automatic, and you have to go and try to. They've got a star on the paper, and you got to go try to shoot it out. And if you can shoot it all out, you get a prize.
I got you.
So
this is why I like this
Steal
section
people's
because
money.
as we start to destroy you, we're gonna feel bad that we destroyed a guy that we were starting to like. So,
and let me just preface this entire episode by saying, Mikey Famine doesn't destroy people. Mikey Famine destroys ideas.
And
he's fine as a person. He's a human, and I'm a humanist. So that him as a person is fine, but his ideas, I have nothing to say.
We're going through
about
the Humanist Manifesto #2 in Sunday school, man. So
secular humanists.
Yeah, Humanist Manifesto #2, going through it.
To destroy it,
we're destroying it in Sunday school. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
So,
Mikey, you can go to the Sunday school class. So, all right. Well,
I'll be washing my car though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Darn it.
Speaking of, man, you still need to holler at me.
I know you're not up at 9:30 on Sunday morning, so
you know what? I wanted to mention. I wanted to mention a couple quick things.
Don't knock over the chopper behind you
before we get into the topic. Couple of quick, just non-episodic type, but conversational things. I was listening to the radio today, and you guys know that I do
radio.
Yeah, the actual radio.
Okay.
And
why do you have a CD player then?
Power 106. Who uses CDs? Power
You
106.
listen to the radio.
I got mixtapes on my CDs, baby.
Right. So I'll explain that. When you
I
turn
haven't
on your
converted
car,
those all over to.
when I turned on my car, I didn't have my phone was in my work backpack, so I couldn't plug in the Apple CarPlay.
The rich man with the work backpack and shit.
So
No, you gotta pull over, bro.
No, so I did, and that's eventually, but Power 106 was on, and there was like a freestyle rap. And I've told you guys, I hate freaking new music. I can't stand new hip hop. I love 90s hip hop, 80s hip hop. You know,
Sandy Patty.
I love Sandy Patty's hip hop. Absolutely. That's a joke from before the show. An amazing gangster rap artist, Sandy Patty.
Yeah.
But they had
They
were playing a freestyle from J. Cole over the beat from 93 to Infinity from Souls of Mischief.
Ooh.
It was awesome.
I'm sure.
So I just have to say, shouts out to J. Cole, because I didn't even really
Bro,
heard of him.
You
but I
are
couldn't
5
tell you.
years late to the J. Cole train because you're being pig-headed.
But
Stop it.
I keep telling you, it's a train that I don't care that I missed. I don't listen to new music. I listen to 90s music.
But there's some gems there, man.
But I
There's
just
some
told
gems
you.
there.
But look at the joy you just experienced.
I don't
you
want
could have been
to
enjoying that for 5 years.
Yes, but I sifted through. I don't want to sift through shit. I found it by accident. I was happy I found it. But if I listen for 5 days straight, because check it out. When I'm driving around with my daughters, they want to put on the new stuff. So they play it all the time. It's trash. It's
That's why
absolute
you gotta,
garbage.
You gotta look through, man. Not the stuff on the radio. You gotta find the stuff.
Well, I don't even really listen to music. You know that. I listen to like podcasts and stuff. So
I've been saying it for a while. I'm going to curate you a playlist. I'm just going to have to do it because you just don't know how to do it yourself. You just can't spend 20 minutes skipping through a couple tracks to find some good people that you like and then dig into their discographies. I'll do it for you. It's fine. And actually, patrons, if you're out there listening, I will post that very same listening library onto our Patreon. So if you want to hear some good music, I will put a Spotify playlist on our Patreon because Dutch is impossible. Impossible.
Yeah. All right. So second real quick thing. I had wife's texting me. Yesterday I was standing out in the living room, and I yesterday I was standing out in the living room here at the house that I rent, and one of the other guys, one of my roommates, comes in the door, and I'm standing there making coffee in the morning. I buy not a 2 liter. I buy a gallon of distilled water, and I use that for my K-cups, right? Because I don't like the tap water in California. It's garbage. So it's really it's garbage.
They put a
fluoride in the water to control.
Put an additive in there that makes you unable to see certain strains of light.
Haas, that's your last. Haas, that's your last strike. That's your last strike, Haas. You stop it now. Sorry, Dutch. You'll get that in a couple weeks. Knock it off, Haas. You've been warned.
I know what he's doing. He's talking about Invincible. I'm not an idiot here.
Knock it off, Haas.
Anyway, I'm standing there. Here, where's the mute button? All right, there we go. So we've muted Haas. So I'm standing there by the K-cup machine. I just poured about 2/3 of this gallon of distilled water into the empty K-cup dispenser. So my roommate comes in, and I guess I'm calling my roommate, and he just walks up to me and says, hi, whatever. And we're just talking about something for a second. So I'm pretty sure it's common knowledge this is my gallon of water. Old boy, casually, like it ain't nothing, reaches over, grabs my gallon of water, is holding it, talking to me.
No.
You're thirsty.
And drinks out of my fucking gallon.
Did you hit him with the Samuel Jackson from Coming to America?
Without shame. Like he was doing just nothing inappropriate whatsoever. So I pointed out to him, I said, brother,
that's my water.
I bought a bunch of cups. They're right there. No, you can have my water. I don't care about that. But just don't drink my last sip. you know,
Nah, he good. He gonna drink that whole thing. Don't worry about that.
he poured, and he started by pouring it into his mouth. So I was at first okay.
Did he put it on
And
the
then,
lips?
and then I guess he splashed a little bit down his cheek. Pause. So he just started chugging it.
He juggled it.
Like you're on the hose. Like,
Did he Tropic Thunder it?
He Tropic Thundered it all day long. It was, and I'm like, no.
Pastor
and I'm
Sam,
like,
have you seen Tropic Thunder?
I have not.
Oh my!
Neither have I. So
What?
no. Yeah.
You've
No,
not
I'm
seen
actually-
Tropic Thunder?
I'm an intellectual. I'm an intellectual. Go on with your story, Dutch.
Go
That
on
was
with
the
your
story.
Borefield.
The story, yeah. The story is over. So we have a couple other things we'll talk about later. We'll play another game. With
Wait,
Pastor
you
Sam
stopped
later,
everything
but-
because this dude drank your water?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story, but the guy drank my water. That's shocking enough by itself.
Look, what would Jesus do, Dutch?
Jesus would have poured him a glass of water and said, "Here you go."
Stop drinking my shit. That's what he would have said.
I mean, that's
He
your
would have said,
brother, right?
He would have said,
That's
"Render
your
unto the
Yo.
roommate what is the roommate's."
Bro, that's your brother, though. That's your brother in Christ. Give me your water.
I'm
Go
sorry,
buy
do
another
we-
one.
I'm sorry. Is it not? Do we have COVID right now or not?
He
So
can drink
why
all
would
the
you
water
want
he
it
wants.
back?
He
So why
just
do you
wrapped his
want it
lips around
back?
the bottle.
Yeah,
That's
he
that's
can have-
what
That's
he can have-
his.
He could ask me. I'll let him have the whole thing, but don't drink out of my jug.
How does a dog let you know that something is theirs? They put bodily fluids on that mug.
Question,
That's what
Dutch.
he did.
Dutch. Had
Yeah.
you poured? Were you pouring the water in for the K cups directly from the bottle?
Oh,
Yes.
you got COVID.
Yeah, but I did it beforehand. Before he.
Oh,
did
you
that.
cracked that bottle.
Did you open
Yeah.
the bottle or was it
Yeah.
already in
Oh,
there?
I'm about to say, because man,
You know that
No,
wasn't the
I
first
say-
time.
Though I don't know.
You did it
I
in
don't
front
know
of
if
you. You know
this
that's not the first time.
that's
that
what I was saying.
Sam, you've just hit on my thought. I don't know. I can't say, but I don't
Oh
know.
no, you know.
So I can
Hey, Dutch.
speculate.
He
Hey,
did.
Dutch. You know.
Suddenly feeling a little.
Are you,
Suddenly
you
feeling
feel a
a
little
little-
I don't
hot?
know where I got COVID. It was a Nigerian down the hall drinking your damn water.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Straight out-
Hold on.
straight
Hold
out
on.
the
Hold on. Stop the presses. I have 5. There's
Hey,
5
what's up,
guys
Dutch?
that
How
live
you
here.
doing, man?
Yeah,
What you
look.
trying to make some coffee? Hold on, bro.
What? All right, so hold on a
Here
second.
you go.
Because I'm
Here you go.
about to call.
No, you
Haas
ain't even
out.
full, bro. You ain't even
I'm
full.
about to
Hold
call
on.
Haas
Let me
out
get-
here. Haas the racist out. Okay.
Yes.
I got 5 roommates. Only one of them is black. How did you know it was the Nigerian guy?
It's 1 out of 5.
I just knew it was that guy.
You
I
knew
don't
you
know
saw.
why.
I purposely
I know
didn't
why.
say that.
I know why. I know why he did. I know why he didn't say that. Because if it was a white dude, he wouldn't have told the story.
Yes,
if it
I
was a
would've.
white dude or a
Yes,
Mexican
the hell I
dude,
would've.
they would have had a conversation
Because as
talking
you
about their
noticed-
favorite waters. But he was like, I
No,
didn't
let
say
me tell you-
nothing.
Let
I
me
just
tell
let
you-
it
let me tell you
happen
something- let me tell you
because them
something else about it.
Nigerians is dangerous.
No,
You know
but
what
their
their
Like
chickens,
Darkwing Duck.
their chickens do look a bit odd when they, like he grabs that chicken up out the freezer. It's
Wait,
still got
what?
the head on it.
Pause. Hold on. That's a big pause.
Yeah,
The
he's
chicken got the head on it. That's a pause.
Yeah, and
Hold on,
then
what about that?
he just chops that, just kind of like a Christmas Story where they chop
mean-
the head off of a goose.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean-
yeah.
Yeah, the duck.
Well, you mean a chicken that isn't 46 pounds, 3 foot tall, and has no beak, feet, and is just a big ball of muscle? You mean that chicken? Oh,
Yeah,
that's what
except it had-
what a normal chicken looks like. It's got a
It
head
had
on
no-
it, and it's not super massive.
As long
like
as
Buck.
as
Incredible
long as he
Hulk.
isn't chasing the chicken around the
no,
around
it
the
wasn't
kitchen,
alive.
and then he's
No.
wringing the neck.
Like what's his face from Major League? So
I say, "Fuck you, Jobu." I do it myself.
oh my god. All right. So
As long as he's
let's
not
do
choking
this.
it.
Well, with that, we will jump into the history topic for today. When I was in 8th grade, my history teacher, Mr. Humble, he taught me some things that, it turns out after doing my own research was not always the whole truth. So what we're going to talk about today is actual history, and the history we're going to cover today is on capitalism, specifically industrial capitalism in the United States. So capitalism is an economic system, but it's also a cultural system characterized by innovation and investment to increase wealth. Today, pretty much every economy in the world is organized along capitalist lines. But since its inception, capitalism is at the same time universally regarded with disappointment, frustration, and suspicion. So let's look back to figure out how capitalism got its good name on the right and its bad name on the left. We start with the Bible story of Jesus and the moneylenders, which amplified the notion that a good spiritual life and the pursuit of business and money are incompatible. All four Gospels say Jesus goes to the temple in Jerusalem, sees merchants and bankers crowding the court, and becomes furious since this sacred place is not a fitting area for the polluting activities of buying and selling. The verse in Mark, which is likely the source material for the other Gospels, will now be read by our friend impersonating the illustrious Senator Tim Scott.
Stop it.
Big Hoss?
No. No.
You go.
You may go.
Nah, dog.
You want me to, do you want me to do that?
No, we never actually want you to do it.
Because I will. On reaching Jerusalem, Jesus entered.
I'm not gonna be able.
But it'll make Mikey laugh, and he can't pay attention.
I can't focus if I'm laughing.
Be a humanist.
I will Rochester that motherfucker right on up for you. All right. On reaching Jerusalem, Jesus entered the temple courts and began driving out those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of money changers and the benches of those selling doves, and would not allow anyone to carry merchandise through the temple courts. And as he taught them, he said, "It is not written, scroll, my house will be called a house of prayer for all nations, but you have made it a den of thieves." Great movie. Oh. The chief priests and the teachers of the law heard this and began looking for a way to kill him, for they feared him. I'm gonna say that again.
No, we're not preaching. Yo. I stopped going to church a long time ago. You're gonna run it back.
And began looking for a way to kill him, for they feared him.
Objection.
Y'all don't hear me up in here.
Objection, Your Honor.
Because the whole crowd was amazed at his teaching.
Objection.
Therefore, for centuries, the Christian attack on the immorality of money, that's ironic considering, anyway, was deeply influential, and the church successfully held back the development of capitalism for centuries until they began to be a part of it. This began to change in 1555 when theologian John Calvin preached what would become known as the Protestant virtues: work hard, self-denial, patience, and honesty. Scroll. That's it.
Objection, Your Honor, and that's a big pause for me, and you're muted. Couple of things here. Number one, are you kidding right now? I would like that to be the one and only time that we quote Bible verses in here. Because that's not a thing.
I will make sure that I do it for you every week because you
we
like
can quote Bible verses
guys.
We could quote
Hey guys,
Bible,
this is my
Bible
last
verses.
week on Dig On America because I am not going to listen to that more than once. You got your one, and I hope that was a good one.
I object. So these principles, as read by Calvin, will turn out to be extremely useful qualities for capitalism. Calvin, however, preached one must never indulge oneself or live a lavish life. Rather, put any surplus income back into his business. He adds that being good at business is far more pleasing in the sight of God than being a warrior or even a monk. And it's this new mindset that will accelerate the progress of capitalism. Now, America's capitalism is largely industrial capitalism, but it was predated by a thing called mercantile capitalism, which dates to the Islamic golden age in the 9th century, which was essentially to sell goods. You sometimes need to borrow money in order to buy the goods that you want to sell at a profit. And then you must pay that money back, often with interest, and it was a global phenomenon. By the 17th century, however, this idea drove British and Dutch merchants to create joint stock companies, which could finance bigger trade missions and also spread mitigate the risk of international trade. Example, in order to engage in international trade, one needs boats, but sometimes boats sink. And as bad as that was for the workers on the boat who actually died, it was even worse for the real victims because, of course, the merchants lost all their money. So instead, if you own 10% stock in 10 different boats, risk is significantly decreased. Thus, by the 1880s, mercantile capitalism was largely replaced by the now John Calvin endorsed industrial capitalism. One of the better definitions of this form of capitalism is by Joyce Appleby. Quote, industrial capitalism is an economic system that relies on investment of capital in machines and technology that are used to increase production of marketable goods. Now, industrial capitalism did increase wealth, but only for a tiny percentage of the population, and it began to create the culture of capitalism that we see today. Industrial capitalism started in Italy, developed in the Netherlands, and exponentially was spread by the British, who were the dominant power at the time, thriving off of the trade with the American colonies, and they profited from the trade of tea and, of course, the slave trade going in and colonial agricultural activity going out. When population growth caused food prices to rise, farmers began to invest in agricultural technologies that would increase crop yields. And these farmers were dependent on manufactured goods from urban areas like shirts, shoes, shovels, and, of course, Starbucks. Okay, maybe not Starbucks, but historians call this era where we move towards mass production and mass consumption of goods the Gilded Age, meaning it's covered with gold, just like Little Wayne's teeth. By the late 1800s, and despite large tracts of Native American land being just handed out nearly free to capitalist-loving individuals in the Headright and Homestead Acts,
As long as you was white.
This new form of capitalism, that's true, turned out to be perhaps not so gilded, as small businesses largely failed, and due to the rise of large corporations and trusts, aka I trust you to sell this at the same price as me, that eventually came to dominate entire industries, especially farming, where large farms were routinely ate up by smaller or failing farms, as well as railroad, steel, and oil. The name you need to know with oil is John D. Rockefeller. Now, Rockefeller was the owner of Standard Oil and most sinisterly, the great-grandfather of the deep state. As Standard grew, Rockefeller forced his competitors to sell their companies to him, thus eliminating competition. By 1888, Standard Oil controlled almost 90% of the oil industry in America. This particular practice is now called horizontal integration and means that one company eventually buys out all of its competitors until there's effectively no competition left. In the steel industry, the big name there is Andrew Carnegie, as in Carnegie Hall, brother of Arsenio, and shrewd businessman who dominated the steel industry, except Carnegie consolidated his interest via vertical integration, which is when a company acquires all of the complementary industries that support its businesses. I'll give you an example of this. Carnegie bought the companies that handled all the parts of steel, from mining to processing to supply chain and finance, leaving little room for competition. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Amazon. There's three reasons why these so-called robber barons, or giants of capitalism, if you love that, were able to get away with this. Number one, the prominent mindset of social Darwinism, or survival of the fittest. Number two, laissez-faire government policies, which basically
wait. Pause.
Yes, pause. Go ahead.
Without cheating and Googling, can you guys tell me what survival of the fittest means contextually?
You're talking about traditional Darwinism?
The phrase survival of the fittest. What was meant when it was said? Because I think a lot of people think they know what it means, but they don't know what it means.
Okay, well, teacher Mikey, my best, I've never searched that before, but my best guess at that would be that it is a direct component of Darwinism where, the strongest animals are able to evolve because their genes were stronger than the other breeds of animals and they were more adapted to survive. So they survived and the others died.
You said 5 different things in that one sentence, but
they were all true.
No, they're all wrong. The stronger part is not.
All right,
fittest.
Pause. Explain to me anything that I just said was false.
I was saying, and you said pause. Stronger doesn't mean best. And fittest means most well adapted, like fit, like fits.
Okay.
It's the fittest. It's a weird British phrase. What fits into the environment the best, which avoids all the hazards and conquers all of its hurdles. It's not I am the biggest, strongest, or else chipmunks would be the size of Dobermans. If that's how that worked.
Sure, but
They would
isn't
be
strong
ginormous.
isn't strong just like a euphemism of sorts for fit or for best adapted?
No,
That's not how. But that's not how you used it, and that's how like that people colloquially
how I
will
used
try
it.
to use. Yikes! I'd love to
Go
tell
ahead.
you. Colloquial people will try to use them interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable.
What is not interchangeable?
Fit and strong.
Yeah, fit and strong are two different things. There's a lot of strong people that come to the Terror Dome and they die.
Are
Okay?
Are we?
I'm weak and out of shape. So
Here's
I don't know.
here's how I feel right now. What you just said is actually very interesting, and I'm not saying that. I think that's perfectly great. I see exactly what you're saying. Feels a little hair splitty though.
It's not.
If you
Because
don't
strong
care, if you
is
don't,
not fit.
if you don't care about nuance, then it might be. But if you care, like saying that survival of the fittest thing, it doesn't mean the strong will survive. Those two things are not the same thing.
Right.
The strong will survive is not a Darwinism thing. That's not the same thing. The strong will survive is like a Viking thing, as opposed to a evolutionary thing.
But strong will survive in this context. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole because people are going to figure out what we're talking about. But in this context, it is clearly, as this is, I'm explaining here, a misinterpretation of the original Darwin's theory of evolution, right? So they were taking Darwin's theory of evolution and applying it to social groups.
And perverted it basically, like
They were
perverted.
misappropriating. They were misappropriating it. Yeah,
sure. So I can understand that, but I think that there is correlations between fitness and strength that are not. It's a very plausible read that those are. You could be talking about the same thing in modern lexicon.
right. So that's what I corrected. So we're back to square one. That's why they're not the same thing. So using them as the same thing is what brings us problems, such as people's hyper-capitalistic mindsets. They're not the same thing. Fitting in and filling a niche is the best fit, and that ensures the longest survival of your species, not being stronger than the one next to you. Because you could be weaker but have better breeding tactics, and that helps you fit in better. So you can have giant muscles and an itty bitty little thingy thing.
Well, sure, the dinosaurs were far stronger than, say, hummingbirds, which of course weren't around at the same time. But I don't hear it as physical strength. I hear it as the overall viability of the species. So
I don't think anyone's ever talked about the strength of cockroaches.
Oh, strong.
But we all
cockroach.
Yeah, you ever have cockroach in your damn house? What the hell are you talking about? Okay.
No, I have not.
Okay,
we cleaned
all right.
that.
So,
home.
all right. Well,
let's move on.
That's cool.
Let's
we'll move on. I'll concede to Mikey on that one. So remember, I did that. Where was I? So laissez-faire government policies, which he might, which essentially, of course, laissez-faire means, Jenna,
hands off.
You. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Unchecked profit is the answer. Let it be. No applause. Okay, go screw yourselves. And number 3, a large pool of laborers like immigrants, women, and even children. A huge influx of immigrants from Europe was streaming into urban industrial areas seeking work, most of whom were vastly underpaid and worked in horrific. Mikey, you got me using this goddamn new thing, and it's not working good. Okay. In horrific conditions, of course, due to no regulation.
Still my fault.
If they did not have,
blame the black guy.
Mikey. Right.
Yep.
If they did not have the balls to ask for higher wages, they were often let go, since there were 10 other folks who would work for the same lower wage. Additionally, factory owners realized that with unskilled labor, they can employ women and children to work these new machines. And no, it didn't hire women because they were progressive. Rather, they discovered they could pay them about 1/4 of what they paid men, which was still more than slaves. Now, oil, steel, and other industries grew so powerful that they began increasingly looking outside of the U.S. to gain control on foreign markets, and they did, which is where they met Mikey and the socialists. I should point out that socialism is an admittedly imperfect opposite to capitalism. There were initially two brands of socialism, utopian and revolutionary. For this, we'll talk about the revolutionary. French socialists were the revolutionaries, and they saw the French Revolution in a somewhat positive light, stating that capitalism could only be overthrown through violent revolution by the working classes. Although some were elitists and believed workers incapable of overcoming superstitions and prejudices to end repression, there was also Karl Marx, whose ideas and whose astonishing beard cast the shadow over the political and economic landscape today. So I'm going to briefly talk about Marx here, and then we'll wrap up. Although he's considered the father of communism because he co-authored the Communist Manifesto, Marx was above all a philosopher and a historian. But unlike most philosophers and historians, Marx advocated for revolution. He attempts to explain the 19th century in historical and philosophical terms, and even his greatest opponents admit his ideas are deep and diverse, but perhaps what he is best known for is his idea of class struggle, which focuses not on the class, but on the struggle. He essentially says that classes don't only struggle to make history, but that the struggle itself is what makes the social classes. The idea is that through conflict, classes develop a sense of themselves, and without conflict, there is no such thing as a class. To Marx, there were two classes that mattered: workers and capitalists who owned the means of production, usually land and assets, while workers, on the other hand, had only their labor. So the class struggle is between capitalists who want the labor at the lowest price the class struggle is between capitalists who want the labor at the lowest price and workers who want to be paid as much as possible for their work. Marx argues, 1, work itself gives life meaning, and 2, we are by nature social, thus more efficient when we share resources and we collaborate. Thus, he accuses capitalism of replacing the egalitarian natural collaboration with class conflict. He says that conflict is not natural to human nature, and thus capitalism isn't consistent with human nature either. So as a result, empower workers. Ultimately, socialism has not succeeded in supplanting capitalism globally, and in the US at least, socialism is something of a dirty word. So capitalism seems to have won the day, but for now, how and to what extent we use socialist principles to regulate free markets remains a hot debate topic in government, around the dinner table, and of course, on the Dig on America podcast. So, Mikey, I really appreciate the fact that you helped me change my screen here, but it's not really working for me, brother, because it cuts. The negative thing here is it cuts the words in half.
I don't care.
And I don't like it. I didn't care about the word strong, but you told me all about strong, and I didn't care about that. So there we go. Moving on. Okay. Any interesting stuff from the chat ripping on me and telling me I'm an idiot? I'm sure they are.
You just ripped Irish Swede's aorta all over again.
Oh, good.
Because
That's
you
good
were
to
wrong about looks about everything.
The word. Well, then he has to take that up with the AP's history courses.
It's almost like he has a master's in economics. It's weird. Why? Who does he think he is?
Anyway,
that guy.
Well, here's the beauty, though. We're talking
let's hear from our guest.
We're talking about theory, so theory is theory. Pastor Sam, your thoughts on what you just heard?
Yeah, well, first of all, you said that socialism is a dirty word in the United States, and 70% of millennials say that they vote for a socialist. So I'd have to say that AP history is wrong on that in the modern era, and I think that's important to understand. I'm definitely not a socialist, but I think it's important to understand that, especially from the conservative perspective, because I think that a lot of times the only kind of thing that would come at this is we go, oh man, socialism, it's evil, or it's terrible, it's this boogeyman, and then we never actually address it or anything like that. And so I think it's important to understand that the biggest voting block in the next 12 to 20 years here is predominantly socialist in nature. But that's that's neither here nor there. I know Mikey doesn't like Bible verses or anything like that, but one of the reasons I would say that it started coming to being here, capitalism, in what was it, 1555 with John Calvin, where it came huge, was that during the Reformation, the big thing was people started reading the Bible. You know, the Bible starts off the Garden of Eden, and it starts off with this principle of private property, where God says, "Look, there's a tree right here. It's mine. Don't touch it." That's a principle of private property, or don't eat of it. It's what he goes out and says, and goes and actually tells them to go and to take dominion and different things like that. So I would say on that sense, because the biggest difference between socialism and capitalism is that idea of private property, who owns the property, whether it's public or private.
Whether it's like a tree or a human.
Yeah, well, I would sit out here and say that was absolutely wrong, that idea of slavery, but that doesn't
so I kind of
capitalism wrong.
I usually throw out the
system
systems of people who own people.
Slave. Yeah, so, slavery makes it so you own everybody, though. That's the funny thing. I mean, that just makes everybody a slave, except for those who are the elitist out there, because they completely control the economy. It's equal poverty based upon elitists. So that's a ridiculous point, man.
It's ridiculous
that
we uphold some of the same ideas of people who are just like,
private
property
gypsy,
should be a thing.
Dude,
and you know what?
Learn your history,
that is
man.
my property over there.
I'm part gypsy. You're not gonna get the garbage of hey, let me play the victim here on that. That's ridiculous, man.
Do I sound like a victim to you?
Yes, you do, because you're going and attacking a system. You're attacking the system.
That's that's the point.
The system. Slavery isn't inherent to capitalism, though. That's what I'm saying.
No, but it's inherent to the mindset of the people of that time, and I don't like it when people from the Gatekeeper Network who like to pretend that these people from the past are these bastions of hope and progress. They're not. They're assholes. And if you guys can't admit to me that they're assholes, then I will stick my feet in the sand and we can duke it out. Because there's no way you can tell me that Calvin was a good person. And if you followed the ideas of shitty people, I'm sorry, that's your bag. That's your cross to bear. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Calvin was a good person. I can't. He wasn't. We have to be honest.
Oh, I actually agree with you. I'm not a big Calvin fan either.
Thank you
on that. But I would say the Reformation as a whole, with that idea of starting to read the Bible as opposed to having the Bible in a language that the common people couldn't understand. That's where I would get at from the Reformation. I was using that as a time frame. Although Calvin's economic theory is one that did definitely shape Calvinism, I would say that's correct. Capitalism. That I would say that is correct. But that doesn't mean that. Obviously, that doesn't mean that there's not disagreements within certain things that he held to.
Just real quick. So I don't think you're going to get any argument from me that John Calvin is a repulsive historical figure, along with, many others. But the one thing that I think is important in this conversation is the change in the mindset that Calvin introduced. What is it that you think that is so important about defending capitalism to the Christian church? Like I really struggle with the church saying that Christ was. I don't believe that Jesus Christ was a socialist, or that the Bible is evokes socialism. I think it talks too much about property ownership. To do that. While property ownership is not necessarily anti-socialist in every silo of socialism, there is a lot of socialists that do believe in not owning property. So the idea that Christ was a socialist would just be dishonest. But the idea that he was a capitalist, to me, is a bit astonishing. So why does the church hang their hat so heavily on this capitalism thing?
Yeah, so I think that there's a little bit of a misinformation on the church's idea here with capitalism, because I would say that all capitalism isn't good capitalism. I would say only capitalism within the bounds of Scripture is good capitalism in that sense.
Example.
So one of it would be, and let me get this word right here, because I think that's important here. Fractional reserve banking I would say that the Bible rejects that. So this idea of going and lending out more money than what the bank has, and they only hold like a fraction of what they have. If we all went and said, "Hey, we want our money from the bank," and tried to go and take it out, the bank wouldn't be able to give it all out. They wouldn't have that. The Bible goes and talks about just scales. It goes and it talks about even the poor. If they go and they give like their cloak for surety for something, to even go and to give that back to them that evening. And so that's one thing that I would go and point out here, is that we actually today have what G.K. Chesterton would point to as the new capitalism, which I think would be called crony capitalism, is kind of more along the lines that I'd be going with.
US capitalism. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, what it ends up doing is it makes usury, and it actually makes the lender, or excuse me, the borrower slaves to the lenders, is what we have today.
Yeah.
And that's why we have all this debt, which comes from capitalism. And I mean, Scripture goes and says that the love of money is the root of all evil, not money itself, but the love of it. And right now we have a lot of good biblical principles of private property, but mixed in with this idea today of covetousness, and this idea of really going and wanting more money than what we can have in this dissatisfaction. And that's not the biblical system of capitalism, or that idea of a free market system at all, because it should be like bracketed with generosity and different things like that. And I think that's important. I think that the big issue is that socialism generally is a forcing of giving up a private property, as opposed to a free will of giving up a private property. So if you think of the biblical idea of giving, you're not giving when you're getting taxed. Okay, they're two totally different things. And so when it's taking from you, that eliminates that idea of going and giving in different things like that. But
isn't a tithe a tax, basically?
Well, you're supposed to give it cheerfully, and so you're supposed to go in to give it, and there's no forcing. There is I would say that it is something that you're supposed to do, but it's not necessarily something that's done with a sword. We don't throw anyone in jail if they don't tithe.
But we do throw them out of church, though, sometimes. In certain churches.
So
we don't.
So biblically,
I'm just saying.
So that has happened, but
so biblically, when can America start taxing the churches?
Well, so that's an interesting question. When can they start taxing the churches?
Yeah.
Well,
cheerfully, as you just so eloquently put it, cheerfully start paying their fair share for all the tax exemptions that they enjoy.
Yeah. Well, so one thing. Okay. So this is the idea here that America was founded on. So we've got the Declaration of Independence, and I think it's important to understand the founding, where they go and they say the rights that come from nature and nature's God. Okay, so there's an understanding of nature and nature's God, in putting that as an overarching thing. Yeah,
sounds very pagan.
Nature and nature's God. In the Declaration,
that's in the Constitution.
In the Declaration of Independence, which is the organic law, which the Constitution is based upon.
It's not Constitution.
I'm not sure I would agree.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence is an idea. The Constitution is a system of law. There's a lot that's in the Declaration of Independence that is not in the Constitution. God is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence multiple times. Is not mentioned in the Constitution, except for when they talk about the separation of church and state in a de facto sense.
Where's that at in the Constitution? Because it's not there.
I'm sorry.
The separation of church and state's not there. And
this is a classical argument from you guys, which I've had many times.
I get the Constitution right up here if you want to grab it.
That's great, but if you, I believe that it's. So I got to remember which one's guns and which one's.
I promise you, it's not there. Listen. Calm down. Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Federalist Papers about the separation of church and state. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Federalist Papers.
So I'm not saying that.
No, he didn't write the Federalist Papers.
He wrote about.
I'm sorry, in the letter to the Danbury Church. I apologize.
Okay, Danbury Baptist.
Yes.
I get that on my desk too. If you grab that.
You're correct. I assimilated the wrong thing there. So he wrote the letter to the Danbury Church, and used the frame separation of church and state. But that was written as that was written because the people in Danbury did not like or they had worries about the way that the First Amendment was to the Constitution was written. But the First Amendment does follow up on some of the original content within the text of the original Constitution. If you want, I can go on pause and pull it up for you and pull it up and put it on the screen.
I got something here.
But the idea that you guys have on the right is that, or on the church, and Haas, I'll let you jump in one sec, is that the government should be protected from the government, but not the other way around. And because of the fact that the Declaration of Independence mentions God so frequently, that therefore we're a Christian nation, we're founded on Christian principles. But that's just not true, because if they intended that, they would have written it into the Constitution itself, which they didn't. They wrote into it. They wrote into the First Amendment that there was what was defined by Jefferson later, when people asked for a definition, as being a separation, or wall, as he calls it in that letter, between church and state.
So in the letter of the Danbury to the Danbury Baptists, their concern was that there's going to become a church or a state denomination, kind of like the Church of England, and so that was the fear. And he's saying no, we're going to go and put a separation of church and state, in the sense of building a wall of separation, so that it can't be forced upon the conscience of the people. That's the context there.
Okay.
Right, and that's fine, but that doesn't. I'm not sure how that helps your argument.
So I'm reading here the freedomforuminstitute.org. When the First Amendment was adopted in 1791, the Establishment Clause applied only to the federal government, prohibiting the federal government from any involvement in religion, separation of church and state. By 1833, all states had de-established religion from government, providing protections for religious liberty in state constitutions. So the Establishment Clause and the Freedom Clause are the ones that de facto create separation of church and state.
In the First Amendment.
And
the First Amendment itself was basically one of the reasons why it was added. Not every reason, but one of the reasons why was because in the Constitution, in the original body of the Constitution itself, they talk about how faith will never, ever, I believe it's in Article 1, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that the faith of someone running for Congress will never, ever be a qualification for someone holding
But
office.
it is. And that's what's fucked up.
It was, but it still
is.
Yeah. Because you're
saying that's why Romney didn't win? He was a Mormon. You're saying that's why Romney didn't win? He's a Mormon.
How many openly atheist Congress people or presidents have we had?
Percentage wise, though, how many open atheists do we have?
40% of the country. 35.
No, it's not that high, but it's at least a third. At least a third of Americans are nuns, which are non-anything or non-practicing, or like they're non-religious.
We have one Muslim.
Is that open? Would you say that's open atheism? No, I'm like just ask for a qualification on that, because I would have taken open atheism as different than an agnostic.
Well, that's why I said nuns, that non-religious. That's the larger grouping that kind of encompasses all the little split hairs, and that doesn't even include pagans and Wiccans and all that stuff.
Joe Biden doesn't adhere to anything within his faith and is barred from taking communion from the Catholic Church. So,
well, he's only barred from taking communion because he's a Democrat and he won't take a stance against the pro-choice movement. So, that's.
I didn't
transactional thing.
That's political. That's political pressure being applied by the church.
Abortion. And look, I never fault anybody for being pro-life, but that's a transactional decision.
If you go back, I don't know, 13 months, the last president wasn't a super Christian either. So that's a really weird thing to bring up. But I don't know how that helped or moved anything forward.
The same thing with Donald Trump. I don't think I think it would be very hard to make the case he was a Christian.
Just to be clear, you're not. I believe I heard you say on a couple of podcasts that you were opposed to Trump, at least in some regard, correct?
Yeah, I didn't vote for Trump either time, and openly post him.
Bless you.
Okay. Why? Let me let me ask about that real quick. Why is the church so gung ho for Trump?
Oh, situation ethics. That's a fun topic.
Well, I'll agree with that. But explain what type that you're talking about.
Yeah, so situation ethics was brought in to the church specifically. Well, it was brought into the world or systematized by the world by Joseph Fletcher in 1960. I don't know if it was 66 or 68. He wrote the book Situation Ethics, and the whole idea of it was to bring in. He was at a seminary. Man, Mike, you'd like this here. He's gone though. He taught at a seminary. Okay, and then he ended up becoming an atheist, continues to teach at the seminary for like 3 years, wins Humanist of the Year and Humanist Laureate. And so this guy's obviously disavows Christianity, but his ethical system is actually the main ethical system that's in the church today. And this ethical system is based upon 4 presuppositions of pragmatism, which is the big one with Donald Trump, okay, because he could win. Pragmatism, the ends justify the means. And that's the biggest thing that I would stand against right there. The ends do not justify the means. In fact, Christian ethics is that we're called to do what's right, no matter what the ends are. And so that's the biggest issue I would say there, but also personalism, relativism, and what was the fourth one? I don't remember what the fourth one was off the top of my head. But the big idea here is that came in is that they made love the axiom, the moral axiom here, and the moral axis for Christianity as opposed to God's word. And so basically,
you're talking about agape, right?
Well, that's what Joseph Fletcher would go and say. But the problem is that they left love undefined. And so the issue is that when you leave love undefined, then it comes up to your feelings and how you feel. And so this is why the church as a whole rallied behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the
Trump. They rallied behind Donald Trump because of tribalism and different tribalistic feelings, because we treat politics like 2 sports teams out there, and that's a major issue.
Schadenfreude.
And so because of pragmatism in this, the church really followed after Donald Trump, because they're sitting out here going, the main thing is that we have to beat the other team, as opposed to let's do what's right. Now, I mean, I would say, my issue with Trump is a lot more on the side of I think you could make an argument he was perhaps before this administration one of the most liberal presidents we've ever had. If you go and you look at his actual accomplishments, I mean, he signed the biggest stimulus check the world had ever seen. He did all kinds of different things to go out there. He's the first.
I have a question.
Person.
Yeah,
hold on, go for it.
Why is a stimulus check liberal?
Well, I would say that it's definitely not capitalistic in its economy there.
Hold on,
Dutch.
How do you get around that?
Dutch, hold on. Damn. How is capitalist the antonym of liberal?
How's it the antonym of liberal?
Yes.
Well, I would just look at the platforms between. I mean, if you'd rather
said liberal conservative or socialist capitalist, those would be pairing antonyms. But liberal capital, I don't think that fits.
Can you give me an example of a conservative socialist?
I don't know that that's my burden of proof, but I'm just saying that the way that you said it, it doesn't make it like those things don't match. That's not the opposite of that. Like there's plenty of compassionate conservatives who are diehard liberals, but also love to make money. They just won't make money at someone else's expense and cheat, murder, steal, rob to get that money.
See, in my experience, I would say that anyone who's not a social conservative, but is social conservative, I would go and say that they will eventually go fiscally liberal also.
So,
because so that's what I'm saying, that I do believe that that's a fine conservative and socialism or liberal and capitalism. I think that those two things do go against, because one's talking about a conserving fiscally and one's talking about being liberal fiscally.
I'm not sure that that's quantifiable. But it's probably not.
Swede, are you ready to
something
come in yet? Swede, can I tag in Swede? He's in the
it's
chat.
probably not something that that is overwhelmingly important. What I find important is the idea that when of conservative. All right, look, you can be a conservative and that's fine, right? Like, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that conservatives say, but at the same time, if someone is a conservative because they believe in lower taxes or, some of those philosophies, those are things that I'm fine with. When those things are preached from the pulpit, and worse, when things like Black Lives Matter, or even going back historically speaking, all the way back to, the 1910s when, they were calling people who wanted to implement a national healthcare system, Bolshevists, around World War II, there was always these red scares. Every time that there's a social program, the New Deal was called a red scare, et cetera, et cetera. And what I've been hearing a lot now as someone who goes to a more or less right-wing church, there's, and I characterize it that way by saying that I am really probably the furthest left person at my church, maybe with one or two other people. And when I hear this fear of socialism being preached from the pulpit, it is always about something political. Like, we have to be afraid of this because it's communist. We have to be afraid of Black Lives Matter because Patrisse Cullors is a lesbian socialist witch. Or all this different stuff.
I'll be damned if them blacks have equality.
So right, and then they wonder why people. Then they wonder why people get, that way people say, that the church is very racist. Now, I think that there's a different definition of racism by people that go to the church than there is there
Prove me wrong
from other people. But the thing is, it's like when you're preaching a fear of socialism from the pulpit, and there's cheers and applause more for that than there is for the gospel. To me, that's a problem.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's a problem, and I would say that probably the better way to do it would be to go and to preach the biblical principles, which would lead, though, like I said, not necessarily in agreement completely with the capitalistic system that we have today, because I think that usury is wrong and different things like that. But I would say that other principles like that of private property, which inherently does go against the simple definition of socialism.
So in the chat, Ira Swede, good friend of the show, professional economist, he wanted to know, what is your definition of private property?
My definition of private property, I mean, like, I feel like that's a setup question, but I'll just say,
knowing Swede, it is.
Yeah,
it's okay. He's a smart guy.
Something you own. I mean, that's. I think that's. Like,
are you using the biblical? So I've heard a lot of times argued that, the Bible teaches that that it is a God-given right to own property, because it's talked about in Leviticus and it's talked about in Numbers and things like that. Is that possibly where you're getting this from? Because
it's not just that; it's the idea of stealing and giving. So it says, "Thou shalt not steal." We understand that principle. Nobody likes to be stolen from. Well, you can't have something stolen from you if you didn't own it. If it wasn't yours, and then giving, you can't give something that you don't own. So that's a requirement of you possessing that, having that, and then giving it. And so those would both require private property.
Okay, but why is that biblical?
Why is it biblical?
Yeah, why is it biblical?
Because the Bible says, "Thou shalt not steal," and it tells us to give.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm talking about fucking real life shit right now.
Yeah, just because the Bible says
Bible verses.
Well, you just asked why is
about economics.
You're asking because why it's biblical.
Well, no, I do want to know that. Just because, and I apologize to Mikey, but just because the Bible says thou shalt not steal.
Like, I'm done with that. I'm really done with that.
Just because the Bible says thou shalt not steal does not mean that we have the right to own, that I don't want to say the right to own property, but property ownership is some sort of manifest destiny, because that is not the case, and it's never been the case, and it wasn't the case in ancient Israel, because in ancient Israel, people were given land for free. right? So the 12 tribes of Judah, they gave land to people. And if they didn't have enough land, they took it from neighboring communities by force sometimes, and then said that God just allowed them to do it. And because it was ordained by God, we get it. If that, I feel like today, because the rations
after they got it, did they own it? I mean, like, I'm a little confused at your point, because you seem to be equating the idea of once they possessed it, that then they didn't own it.
no,
It's
that
not.
would be private property.
They possessed it, but it wasn't theirs.
It was
Like, this is
stolen.
all so maddening. Like, this is all so maddening, and this completely explains the history that we've had before us. Like, this, like, your mindset explains it perfectly. Because if I have it, it's mine. That's not true all the time. It's not so cut and dry all the time. So, especially when it comes to larger things, and from every economist that I know two. They're both going crazy in the chat with your definitions, because you believe in a system that isn't how the people who study this call it that. Now, if somebody came on and wanted to argue with you about Galatians, I would have to defer to you, because you're the expert in this. I think you're dead ass wrong about this. You're just like, your definitions have been fed to you by somebody else. Like, you brought, like, where is it in the Constitution? Literally the First Amendment. Well, this means this. This is private property. You're dead wrong about it. I think you're misguided, and you've been listening to people who are wrong. And I have very more friendly than I am, people in my life who will teach you about economics. But what you're talking right now is patently false. Just not true.
It would just be so much better if the government could come and take it from us, because that would just make everything so much better.
But what you just did there, is fear. Is Sam? I feel like it's dishonest.
So that's what religion does to people.
Okay, but I don't agree with that either, Mikey. I think that the current church does that to people. I don't think that that Christ does that. So look, I believe in Christ to a high degree.
And you also don't think that you should pay you also don't think that you should have to be forced to pay your people a certain wage. Like, let's not get shit twisted. Like, I remember that conversation too.
Right,
so I would say the Bible teaches that we should have to pay a fair wage, just to point that out.
Dutch does not believe in
Dutch, let me clarify this. Dutch does not believe in a $15 minimum wage. I believe that $15 is still poor, and that employees should be given equity in the business, like ESOPs, profit sharing, etc., so that they will end up having private ownership, a piece of an ownership stake within the business that will far dwarf the $15 that you want to give out. So let's be clear about what I believe. Number two, I'm sorry, what was the point that you were? The other point, I totally forgot what the point was. Help me out here. What were we discussing? What was the first point? No one remembers. Okay. So, Sam, go ahead and give a follow up there, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah. Well, I would say.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Okay, I remember what you said. You said that government, we should just give everything over to the government, right? And then you said,
well, let's say the government would take it. Government would take it, because there's a difference here.
And then you said the Bible doesn't believe in a fair wage. So let's look at a Bible.
No. The Bible does believe in a fair wage. It does believe in a fair wage.
Okay, because I was going to say the story of the four workers in the field, where you have the property owner, and he has a group of workers that work all day, and it's getting close to the end of the day, and he pays them a denarii, or whatever it's called, which is the going rate for one day. Then he has another group of workers, because he says, I need to sell more grapes to the community. People want grapes. So he hires more people, have them work for like an hour, and he pays them the same wage as the other people. The first people get mad. But what he's essentially doing there is giving them a living wage. That is an absolute democratic pillar right now, is a living wage for people. He paid them the living wage, even though they only did a fraction of the work of the other people. So that is not something I think that promotes capitalism. That is something I think that promotes a living wage, which today is a socialist / Democratic Party tenet.
So I would halfway agree here with that idea of that, because I do believe the Bible teaches to give a fair wage. But the bigger thing in that story was that the people who originally came in, they saw these guys who only worked an hour getting the wage that they agreed upon, and then they go and they get all upset just a little bit, because they're going like, "Whoa, shouldn't we get more because we work more?" But the thing was just that there was an agreed upon wage for them there at the beginning. And so I would say that it should be undoubtedly a fair wage. And I mean, we could go and debate what a fair wage is or whatnot, or going and looking at that and looking at different living standards and things like that. But undoubtedly, I think that just to say the simple principle, the Bible says to give a fair wage there in that sense.
Time out. Because you keep saying fair wage, and then you say a wage that they agreed to. Do you think do you think that if someone agrees to a wage that it's fair?
Not, I mean, you could make not necessarily, no, but no.
Well, you're using them interchangeably. So I want to know if you think they're interchangeable.
No, not necessarily. I think you could agree to something bad. And
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. I was about to say, then you are really a monster.
Good job, Sam.
Thank you for answering correctly. I now respect you again. Thank you. I was like, that is bad.
No. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make that equation at all. The people who worked longest had made the initial agreement, and then the other people actually didn't make an agreement, or one that we didn't know if they did. It doesn't state it. And so then when they get done and they're getting paid, the people who work the longest are looking over and they're like, whoa, they got paid what we agreed upon. We're going to get like double or triple that. And then they didn't. And so some people would go and say that that's unfair, but it's still fair because it was agreed upon, and yet it was still a fair wage at the agreed upon thing. But they could have agreed to something that wasn't fair. It wasn't fair because it was agreed upon. It was objectively fair to start with.
But I mean, if people agree to unfair wages, I mean, that's kind of on them, right? So the business should be able to prosper because of that.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
So then the business should be able to prosper because that if I can get people desperate enough to work for low enough wages, isn't that a good thing for my business?
I would say that's immoral. That's an immoral business practice.
You have a problem with a lot of businesses then.
So there's a lot of businesses that you have a lot of problems with. Am I right?
Maybe
based on the fact that they're not paying people what is fair to them, and those people have accepted a wage that isn't fair to them. So you would disagree with a lot of the practices of a lot of big businesses, right?
Generally, yeah, but
right.
I'd say that's a
so don't you think it would be so it's an immoral practice? Don't you think it's immoral to take federal funding and federal protections from the government without contributing anything to the community? Don't you think that's unfair and immoral for a certain group of buildings to do?
To go and to take from the federal protections?
They get federal protections, but they offer no benefits to the society.
Well, I think it'd be hard to, knowing what you're aiming at, I think it'd be hard to argue that they offer nothing to the society, since they're the ones who teach what's moral and immoral historically.
But historically, we've already proven that they're not to be trusted, because there were plenty of churches that you just agreed that Calvin and all kinds of other churches in the past were morally irreprehensible. So why should we give them protections when we just agreed that maybe or maybe not they provide something, but they are getting those protections, which you just admitted to?
All right.
So why protect the church? I'll let you answer that.
So you might not like my answer on this. I'm guessing you probably won't.
I'll listen. I'll listen.
Yeah, okay. So this is the answer. So in Western civilization, which is kind of the meeting of Athens and Jerusalem, is how it's been described philosophically. There's a recognition of at least a loosely biblical worldview in that sense. And in that, you have different governments that's within God's realm. So you have the civil government, which is what we generally think of with the government. You have the family government. You have self-government, or we might call self-discipline. But then you also have the ecclesiastical or church government. And so the idea here is that because the church is directly tied to God, and that God is over all of the governments within the view of Western civilization, it would be wrong to tax God, because taxation is a showing of submission or authority over something. And so to go and to say that a civil government has authority over God, that would be wrong.
But wouldn't they just cheerfully offer their tithes to help benefit the community around them?
Well,
And then what about
I definitely pay income tax, and I definitely pay sales tax. So
I mean, but so do
so
pagans and murderers. Where's the moral high ground there?
And what about give unto Rome? You know,
render unto Caesar what is
Caesar
Caesar's.
that which is Caesar's.
right? I mean,
yeah.
Wouldn't that count for the churches too?
Well,
Well,
that
should
real quick
we
is
tax
kind of
other
a
nonprofits? I mean,
that
I mean,
particular
that's-
example is that particular example. Let me just qualify that one real quick.
I mean, if you don't agree, that's fine. I'm just
no,
saying
it's not that I don't agree with you, because I agree with kind of like what you guys were talking about before with the context of the word strong. That particular parable is written because the church leaders were opposed to a poll tax, which was an oppressive tax that was put upon these people who practice a religion, and they were told to pay the same tax. So poor people had to pay the same tax, which was, let's say, 1 coin. I don't know what it was, as a rich person. So it was an oppressive tax to the poor people, because the poor people, they may not have had that 1 coin, where rich people had 1 million of those coins. So that particular parable was is sometimes juxtaposed with other things, but it's really meant to say, hey, yeah, Jesus basically said, and this is what Jesus basically said there. That's the tax. Pay the freaking tax. So, that Jesus essentially says, whatever your taxes are, you should pay them.
But back to providing good for the community, to the community. If churches are going to be tax exempt, they need to provide something to the community other than philosophy. I need something tangible. You don't get tax exempt status for philosophy, because there's 80,000 YouTube channels trying to do the exact same thing. So tactile, it doesn't matter if you're just throwing out thoughts and that gets you tax exempt. Thoughts don't get you tax exempt. You need to be actually doing something. And I think the number last time I looked up was almost, I have to look it up again. Oh, I forgot the number. It was right on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. Big pause. Amount
Tip of my tongue
of money that
I love the keyboard.
could
I love
be-
having to edit out keyboard clicks. It's the best.
amount of money that could be raised by
I know that
churches.
it's about 100 billion, I believe.
Okay.
It's 88 billion. It's 88 billion.
82.5 it says on here, but this is from
Okay.
a year. That was from a few years ago. So let's meet.
You could have just asked me, like, I know that.
Okay. Pastor Sam Jones, is the church, are all of these religious tax exempt bodies providing that much service to the communities? $100 billion worth.
I have no idea, because I'd have to go and look up.
Then I want my money back. If you cannot bring me a receipt, I need the money back.
I think you ignored and it's fine if you disagree with it, but I think that you just completely ignored the premise of what Western civilization is set upon, because the government is recognizing that it'd be immoral to tax God, because they're recognizing.
But you're not taxing God.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that's historically how it's viewed as the church.
You're taxing people, Sam. You're taxing people who follow God. You're not taxing God.
No. Because when you give your tithe,
it is taxing God. You're giving your money
to God.
It is taxing God, because they offer the money to God and they burn it, so it's gone forever.
Well,
oh no, they keep it.
No, yeah,
that's
the
what
thing.
I'm saying. You're not transporting it into God's.
Okay, I thought you were being serious for a second there. So I don't have a problem with the churches having some tax exemption. I think that Sid Roth does not need a jet.
You know what I need? I don't have a jet. I will be honest with you.
No, we're not accusing you personally.
I already started off by saying I'm attacking ideas, not people. Not people.
But I would also point out
you probably deserve a jet way more than you probably deserve a jet way more than Kenneth Copeland does.
Dutch and I talked about something
Yes,
Dutch and I talked about something that I think is very relevant. We talked about a tax for churches over a certain amount. So if the church brings in 251 million or 251,000, or maybe it was it 250 million?
I think we said. Well, I think we said 300,000. So 301,000.
I was going to say,
If
what
the
church is
church-
bringing 250 million, man? I'm doing
No,
this
I'm saying,
wrong. That's
well,
all I
hey,
got to say.
But I'm
There's
saying,
a lot of churches that do.
but if a church brings in $301,000, the $1,000 gets taxed. You see what I'm saying?
So
It's
if they bring in
over a certain
330, 330,000, the 30,000 gets taxed. Anything over 300,000, I'm okay.
Anything, yeah.
We're for that. We're for some level of tax.
Or we could
exemption.
even, I just had this epiphany right now. We could even have the church quantify their social interaction. Oh, we expended this much on the soup drive. We expended this much. Quantify that, and then whatever's over and above that, you get taxed. You know what I mean? Because then you're showing what you're doing in the community. I
refuse to go with my two brethren up top for this exact reason. They've had why you got to switch me now? They've been having this $10 billion influx into religious exemptions for how long? Why are the poor not fed? If there's no self-regulatory body inside the churches, and you're allowing mega churches, you're allowing these pastors to have jets, you're allowing all this waste and frivolity in your flock. I'm on the outside looking in. I was like, oh, I thought you had your house in order. Apparently you don't. So either you have to get your house in order or pay the tax. It's simple. Just pay the tax or get your house in order.
Let me sound like Riley Freeman. You're going to pay what you owe.
Let me build on what Mikey's saying a little bit.
Coming for that ass, Santa.
I respect Mikey's position, but his I'm just letting you know, because you probably don't know this. His biggest goal in life is to tax the churches. Say it for us.
I just want to tax now can we tax the church?
Okay, there's the line I'm looking for. All right. So
this is an interesting thing here. I would go and say, I still would agree with the premise that it's immoral that it would be taxing God, with that whole idea of taxation equals submission kind of a thing. But
so why should I pay tax? I'm a God.
Well, see, that's funny. With humanism, I would go and say that you do believe that you're a God, and I think that would be an interesting case to make in front of in court.
Why are you paying sales tax? You're a God.
But we should. But
I don't believe I am.
The only reason why that would be an interesting court case is because churches don't pay any tax. Yeah, so, if we had a cap on it, then there wouldn't be a court case unless you made at least using me and Haas's policy. Over 301,000.
300,000.
Let me all to pay.
So one thing you're forgetting though is where most churches don't pay taxes, and the reason why they go inside is the 501c3, which also makes them so that they don't give political ideology from the pulpit, which I think is kind of an interesting concept here. Yeah, a lot of us do. Well, not a lot. Some of us do.
Ooh, you messed up. You said us.
Oh no! I'm definitely on record as violating my 501c3, and I've got a friend who's turned himself in.
Tax the man.
And so because the thing is that the 501c3 is a total violation of the First Amendment, and the right to free speech. And so I'm sitting out there going, man, we got lawyers ready to go on that one. But
so you're in favor of the church giving political commentary or editorial from the pulpit.
Yes. So this is what politics means. It means the affairs of the people. Jesus says we're to love our neighbor. You can't love your neighbor without going and caring about their affairs. And so if we're going to care about the affairs of the people, that means we must be involved in politics.
Okay. Okay.
But then the politics takes on the ideals of the pastor. It is colored by his or her political beliefs.
Well, hopefully it'd be constrained by like the church's constitution and the church's stated belief.
And who decides who is the governing body that would?
Yeah, who wrote Joel Osteen's Constitution?
Right.
I don't even know if Joel Osteen's got a constitution on that kind of stuff.
And you know what? And I pick on him because you guys are.
I mean, some of these.
So.
You know this.
I mean, I know I got a nice smile, but we're like way on the.
Here's the
me and Joel Osteen.
Here's the huge thing. Here's the huge issue that I have with organized religion. It's done by man, and man is inherently imperfect, and we know what power does to man.
So let me take on Mikey here.
Let me finish though. So then we're talking about men corrupted by power, in a lot of cases, giving political advice from the pulpit of Jesus, based on what they believe. And I have a huge problem with that. Don't tell, I didn't come, like when we talk about, we shouldn't have politics in sports and da-da-da-da-da. We definitely shouldn't have politics in fucking church. I didn't come to church to hear you tell me who to vote for. I didn't come to church for that. You're supposed to be feeding my soul. How is telling me who to vote for feeding my soul? Especially when on either side of the aisle, the people you're probably telling me to vote for are some fucking charlatans and crooks. Excuse my French.
Who generally, and like you, and just I'll compound that a little or stack on that a little bit.
This is a great point. I'm going to show this. This is a great fucking point.
So the what we're putting up is Frustrated Atheist says, so you want to be involved in government and yet you don't want to pay taxes. So I'm an atheist. Should have you influence government to make laws about me and yet you won't pay tax? That's fucking phenomenal.
To be fair, it's actually a terrible point because I do pay taxes, just like he pays taxes. So
you're a representative of the church, man.
Yeah,
you're representing the church. Your personal taxes have nothing to do with that. When you go to Walmart, that's Walmart. When you're in church trying to influence government, trying to get your people to influence government, that is the representative of the church, man.
Wait.
Representing the church.
Hold on.
You saying don't tax God, but let God's representative tell you who to fucking vote for.
When you're paying sales tax, that's not a tax on you. That's a tax on the business.
Consumption.
You're covering that business's tax for your purchase, so they don't have to worry about it later. That's what you're paying. You're not paying your tax. They're charging you their tax. There is a difference.
I'm paying income tax too, though. That's the problem. I get paid from the church.
Does the church pay income tax?
I do. In fact, actually,
no. Does the church pay income tax?
Does the church pay?
Because the Dallas Cowboys, they got to pay tax on what they bring in,
but
they're trying to. But guess what?
No, but
they are trying to get people to come in to go to their stadium instead of other stadiums. And what you're trying to do as a pastor, giving political commentary, is telling people to go to a certain stadium.
No, because we don't charge.
You don't charge. You say you should give freely a tithe.
You don't charge.
Jared Jones doesn't tell you can go in there and give freely, man.
Yeah, but you
can go to Cowboy Land. You got to go and have a ticket that you pay for ahead of time.
But all I'm saying is
they have an actual product to sell.
As a representative of God, you can't say I'm a representative of God, and this is who you should vote for. But I, as the representative of God, trying to influence government through the people, shouldn't pay a tax.
Yeah, well, like I explained,
it doesn't make sense, man.
It's a recognition of the civil government going and saying we can't tax God because they're saying that the money is given to God. But the interesting thing that you go and you point out
here,
that's
God's Rolls Royce.
What was I don't drive the Rolls Royce either. But when you go and you look at organized religion, secular humanism is an organized religion. It has it has a code or a doctrinal statement, the Humanist Manifesto 1, 2, and 3. You go and you look at that with a general idea. It's organized in that sense.
That's buying into a philosophy, not a religion.
Dutch, you're not a secular humanist. Let me field this one, please. So when you're talking about this, where are you getting this information from?
I believe it's, I can't remember if it's humanism.com. If you just Google Humanist Manifesto.
So humanists have a regular meeting? Do they go out and they have a regular
Humanist
meeting?
Manifesto.
Some do.
They're a 501(c)(3).
Well,
undoubtedly
there are groups of secular humanists, but like,
have they registered as a church?
Well, that's the funny thing is, in order to register as a church, you just register as a church and you're automatically a 501(c)(3). So you don't even have to,
had to fight for years for that.
You don't even have to even. Well, I don't know the Scientology case, but I know that if
they fought for years to be recognized as a church, so they wouldn't have to pay tax because the government
because they were based on a book by L. Ron Hubbard. But
what? Secular humanism is based on a book.
But
the Bible is based on a book. The Bible is a book, isn't it?
Yeah, the Bible's a book.
That's what Christianity is based on, right?
Sure, the Quran is a book, but this was more.
The Quran is a book. We're not saying don't charge synagogues and don't charge.
But is communism is communism a religion?
Sure. Show me where the communist 501(c)(3) church is at.
That's kind of my point. Like, I don't think that I would categorize the Scientologists more like as a group, like a communist.
They're a cult. They're
recognized as a church.
They don't even resemble a religion in any way.
And the secular humanists are agreeing on this one here. Scientology is a cult.
Yeah, it's a cult.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm saying in the government's eyes, they are a church.
So again, when the government gets things wrong, the government is not always right. Slavery was legal for a long time. Right. So stop using the government as the litmus test for morality and righteousness. It cannot be the test. So when people yell at me that things are legal, that doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
Right. And just because just because it's not illegal for churches not to pay taxes doesn't mean it's right. That's not fair. I mean,
there's a lot of people.
Hold on. I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll, big man.
Go ahead.
Just because an atheist is saying tax the church, it doesn't mean that tax the church isn't the moral thing to do. If they got it, they should be giving it because they have not fulfilled their moral obligation to take care of their flock. The people are struggling and they are nowhere to be seen.
Or they're a lot less visible than they should be given what they have in their coffers.
And I'm glad Mikey just said that, because I was going to make a point earlier based on that the church is not doing their part, right? So when I understand the
church is a business now, it is not. I'm not saying for you, Sam.
I've been trying to get this point out for 20 minutes.
I actually would agree with you quite a bit, Big Hoss, on that one. I would say that a lot of churches have gone to the market. It is a lot of marketing principles, and I would say
get your prayer oil.
Yeah, I would say that
I got this rag.
That's I would say that that's wrong. The thing that I would say though is that the reason that America hasn't taxed the churches isn't because that they're a nonprofit in the sense that was a relatively new idea. I think it came out in 1954-ish. With that idea, the church wasn't taxed before the 501(c)(3). I'm saying they're not taxing the church for a different reason, and that's because of the culture that it came from. And you can argue that the culture is not right, but it's 100%. The reality that we are.
We know the culture's not right, especially as black men in America.
I would like for it to be tax exempt for Sharia law to spread across this land.
Oh God, no, we can't have that.
I would say that's a different culture, but I would say that in the Middle East, I don't believe that they tax.
Mosques. Here.
Yeah, I know.
I want it here.
I don't know.
I want the government to shelter places that are trying to promote Sharia law. Because when you're anti-trans, when you're anti-LGBT, when you're anti-gay, and you're racist and you're super conservative in the pulpit, you don't have a moral leg to stand on anymore. You are lobbyists at that point. You are a lobbyist with tax exempt status.
So the problem that you're going to run into with that thought is that at some point you have to answer the question, who's the moral arbiter, when you go and you say you don't have a moral leg to stand upon. And so who's the moral arbiter? Because as a secular humanist, you'd have to say that you can't go and force your morality upon me. Otherwise, you're not a very good secular humanist.
Would you agree? Would you agree that?
Probably not, but
would you agree that mutual good is the best way towards morality?
I would say, who defines good?
Mutual good. That's why I said mutual.
Who defines what's mutually good? Because I certainly don't want to rate this to mutually define what is good for my wife.
The two people involved in any interaction. Mutual good.
So two people, what if one says something's good and somebody saes something else?
If it's not mutual good, if they both don't say it's good, then it's not good. It has to be a mutual good.
So not necessarily because they're evil people that would go and say, okay, what if I were to go and say I want to go and feed the hungry, and somebody came up and said, no, I think that's evil. Then it's no longer a mutual good.
But what he's saying is that
you're missing it.
You're
missing the logical. You're missing the other side of the logic here.
So if I want to give someone food and they want the food, that's a mutual good, is it not?
Sure, but what if it's a no? Because okay, let's make it tough. What if somebody goes and says I want to be a slave, and somebody says I want to own a slave? Is that mutually good? I would say it's
if they're two consenting adults, that's what it is. In fact, in some
circles, that's already a thing.
In some circles, that's already a thing. Because it's two consenting adults. It's two people that agree.
Correct.
That's the thing. The parties involved. A third party coming in and saying, "No, you can't have that slave." If this person has said, "Hey, guess what? I want to be a slave," and Mikey says, "You know what? I'd like to have a slave," and they agree, and then
why
that's
do I feel he would pick me?
That already happened.
Too soft, Dutch. You're too soft.
But
okay, thank God.
A third party can't come in and say, "Well, I know you're willing to be a slave, and he wants a slave, and you guys have this agreement, but that's not right."
But that also doesn't. But I mean, that's one logical extreme. But the logical center is, I want to pay my employee $20 an hour. And then everyone else says, no, then I'll have to pay my guy $20 an hour. And that's crazy. Mutual good. If I want to do good for somebody else, then I will do things like this, like add an actual economist to the show. Welcome to the stage. They call him Titty Sprinkles, but around here we just call him Irish Swede.
Titty Sprinkles, gold glitter.
Hey, Irish Swede. All right, so real quick, because I haven't had I've been holding on this point for a second before Swede gets involved in.
Should I mute him now, or should I wait?
Takes over the show. So you brought up three things. You brought up three things. And I've been writing some notes here because while I've been talking about waiting for this. So politicians and money, is a big thing to me. So the first thing I want to say is this: Republicans have this tendency to say that they don't trust the government, and that they're the voice for morality, and that they would rather you guys can preach from the pulpit and you can say we want to support these particular people, et cetera, et cetera, and then you vote those people into power, but those people do not have the best interests of America at hand. They have the best interest of, generally speaking, at least, especially on the conservative side of the aisle, they have the best interests of PAC money, oil, agriculture, etc., in their pocket. So you're not really serving the needs of the entire aggregate of the community. You're serving the needs of the people who are funding the politicians that you're putting into office, which are not the people who are generally parishioners of the church. The second point is that when you look at the society and you say, and I will tell you firsthand, I know the church, that there's a lot of churches that do a lot of good, and I'm fine with that, and I commend the church for that. But when you look at what we talked about before with the church rallying against capitalism and for capitalism and against socialism, if you look at society and the way it is today, and you see that there are people in desperate poverty, and you see that there are neighborhoods that are broken down, and you see that there are neighborhoods that are uber rich, and you see that 1% of the wealth is, I'm sorry, that 20%, what is it, 30% of the wealth is controlled by 1% of the people, or whatever the number is.
Oh, it's much more than that. It's like
so when you,
it's like 60% of the wealth is controlled by 1%.
Okay, so when you look at that as a church going pastor, person who loves other people as God commanded, wouldn't it be wiser to say, hey, you know what we're doing right now is obviously not working with bringing our brothers and sisters and getting them on their feet and giving them that daily wage that Christ talked about, and stop rallying against capitalism. I'm sorry, stop rallying against socialism when the current structure is clearly not fixing the problem. It is making the rich people richer and the poor people poorer, and the middle class is just dissipating away. And it's done so over the last 60 years, where we really haven't had, honestly, any real actual progressives in office, because Clinton certainly wasn't he was a damn near a Republican. Obama was a moderate at best, and Biden is a moderate
at best. So, and I love that man.
And they would call Obama a communist. There's nothing communist about Obama's policy in the slightest. He kowtowed to the GOP and bowed to them more than any other president that I've ever seen doing, because he wanted to get stuff done, and then they would backstab him and not get it passed.
Well, that's what happens that's what happens when you're trying very hard not to be the angry black man, because anytime you're disagreeing, you're being the angry black man.
And that's true. And then one final tiny point.
Can I make one final tiny point after yours?
Yeah. So, well, I want to hear what Sam has to say too. So I'll make my point, you make yours, and then we'll let Sam talk, and then we'll get to Sweet.
Sure.
So what you said about the mutual good, and when you were kind of counterpunching Mikey there a little bit, Sam, and you were saying, hey, what if they're not really on the same page? I get this a lot from my evangelical friends, and it's like they're all, and it's really not just, I shouldn't characterize it as evangelical. It's more of like a conservative thing. There's this thing of distrust. Well, sure, we all agree that we want to feed our kids, but what if someone's a pedophile? But what if this? But what if that? Like
the one skittle rule.
Yeah. So we want to stop giving welfare to people because 2% of welfare recipients,
and it's even less than that,
screw over the system.
Right. And those are white people, by the way, who are mostly conservative.
Haas,
thanks
for stepping on me twice. Make your point.
I'm sorry. Well, we've been talking about.
Have you seen the Simpsons episode today, Haas? No, I'm just stepping on you on purpose, just to be a.
We've been talking a lot about America being a capitalist country, but when you draw back and take a satellite view of this country, and I don't want to forget this, and I want to get this out there, and maybe this is something that Swede and Sam can talk about. We are not a capitalist country, not even a crony capitalist country. I would say that we are a plutocratic oligarchy. You know what I'm saying?
That's pretty.
Stop saying words.
Did you see that? Sam shook his head and Swede crashed into his.
Am I wrong, Swede? That's what
you're wrong.
Am I wrong?
Okay, you're wrong.
Swede disagrees with everything we say.
Let's Swede and Sam talk.
DOA. I'm going to put us all three of us backstage. Irish Swede is a consummate professional.
No, just stay in, because I'm going to probably have to ask some clarifying questions from you guys and things that you said.
Okay,
before.
no, he's right. We're all out. Bye.
No, we're gone.
Oh, anyway, so yeah, this has been a fun one. And I apologize because I've just got off a plane from Phoenix, so I'm very tired.
So can I give a quick answer to the idea of
yes, you can answer that question.
Okay, of what Dutch gave there. So when it comes to the idea of, I'm going to give just a little bit of a sneak peek, actually, as funny as it is, to what I'm preaching on Sunday. So I'm going through Exodus, and I come to Exodus 18, and in Exodus 18:21, it gives the qualifications for leaders, those who lead over thousands, hundreds, and in 50s and 10s. And the whole idea is it's 4 simple principles, and this is actually where we get a higher and lower court idea too, but it is from this verse. But it's those who are able, those who fear God, those who are not lovers of money, and those who are of truth. And so I would say that if we go and promote that we ought to vote for people like that, it would disqualify going and saying somebody who is inherently run by a pack. And so I think that's one of those things that is important to go and to look at. I'm not saying that the church does it right all the time by any means, but I would say that that's the biblical idea for who we're supposed to go and say that we vote for. And so that's why I would say that it's right for a pastor to get up from the pulpit and do that, because I think those are 4 things that within our society would be very good. But anyway, go for it, Swede.
So the first thing that was, I guess, getting on my nerves, and this gets on my nerves with everybody. So this isn't you. This is a miseducation problem in the United States right now. Is what capitalism, socialism, communism, feudalism, the only thing that answers is the means of production and who owns it. That's it. So it doesn't describe the actual government type itself. It doesn't describe, you can have a capitalist totalitarian society. You can have a democratic capitalist society. You can have an oligarchic capitalist society. I would say that we're oligarchy right now.
I would agree.
And capitalism itself answers nothing more than who owns the means of production. And that's the means of production is what we qualify as private property. So private property is your factory. It's your place of business. It's a productive piece of ground. It's not your house. It's not your toothbrush. It's not your computer at home. Things like that. So there's a definite demarcation between what is private and personal property. So when we talk about who owns and whether or not private property itself is good or bad, we're definitely talking about that productive piece itself, not whether you own the domicile you live in.
Okay.
When we discuss other aspects of the economy itself, we generally look towards the current academic research. And that's why I was having such a big problem with Dutch earlier, was with, it's characterized by this. And these are definitions given a long time ago, when we have a lot of academic research that basically is contrary to the points he was making, in that capitalism itself is actually a hindrance to innovation. It is a hindrance to a growth of all peoples within a society. And it generally moves towards a monopolistic system, as we saw with the robber barons. You had to have a government step in and break up those things, because without that, Carnegie would have and Rockefeller would have just ruled the roost. And at that time, they were creating their own currency, which they were paying their workers at, that they had to spend at the company's store. And, they had no freedom. And capitalism itself, run amok, can end up in the situation that I like to talk to ANCAPs about, which I just, they're just feudalists in sheep's clothing. Is that, say you own an acre of land and I buy the 8 acres around you, build a wall around it, and say, good luck getting out. We have to have as it is, a state apparatus to regulate the general welfare of the population. And that's not what socialism is, though. And, that's the one thing that people get wrong, is welfare is not socialism. What socialism would look like is everybody has an ownership stake in the company. Everybody has one vote. How the profit sharing is set up, you can do however you want, but that's set up by the people themselves. You still have a
socialism
CEO.
Or democratic socialism.
There's no difference between democratic socialism and socialism. Okay. To be socialist, it has to be democratic. So to throw that on there is like saying ATM machine.
I actually like that clarification.
So, and that's my funny for the night, ATM machine. So yeah, if you go into where the best place to go for the definitions of these is the Stanford Dictionary of Philosophy, where there's like a 34-page explanation of what socialism, how it's characterized. And like if it's state controlled, everybody has to have one vote and no one can be left out of being representative. because it is possible to have a state-controlled, socialist society, but we haven't had one of those because people were not party members in USSR, and they were definitely, shoved away from being represented. So there's no way that that's socialist. China today, there's a lot of people that don't have representation within the CCP. There's a lot of religious persecution as well within that ranks, and that also holds back people's representation. I'm not religious myself, but I'll be damned if I want a government executing people for being religious itself. And so we get into this really weird sense of how do we talk about these two political economic systems when so much of the population has it wrong. And we always, and somebody like me who studies this for a living is usually gets caught talking past people, because when somebody gets up on the pulpit, and the pastor that I grew up with was very guilty of this, would call socialism welfare, or it would call welfare socialism. And that's not what that is. And then I also think that due to the fact that capitalism itself lends itself to creating wealth disparity on a massive scale like we are seeing now, especially unchecked, it is antithetical to the Christian narrative, especially Jesus' Christian narrative, especially when you look at the fact that I believe it says in there, if you own 2 houses, you should sell one or give one to the poor. If you own 2 shirts, one of them should be, give the one to someone else. And then we also hear directly from Jesus, when I was hungry, you fed me. And so that itself lends itself more to individual action, yes. But if we can get to a societal point where I don't have to give somebody a shirt because we all have shirts, maybe we should look at a system that doesn't create poverty in the massive systems that we have today. That is my opening statement.
Well, go ahead and you can reply to that, Sam, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, first of all, that undoubtedly it is Christianity is a system where we're called to go into to give to the poor and things like that. I don't think that necessarily wealth disparity is in essence a wrong thing. I think that it can become wrong with that, and going and looking at that. I mean, hey, if we're sitting out here on this panel here and everybody had, if one of us had $10 billion, another one had $8 billion, another one had 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, however many people we have here, that's disparity, but it's not necessarily inherently wrong. And so by definition, that's not necessarily wrong in that idea of wealth disparity. And I think that's important to go and to understand and to look at.
But when I say disparity, I'm talking Bezos to the starving child.
Okay. You're talking Bezos to the starving child.
Yeah, I mean that's the level of wealth disparity, and then the number of starving children that we have, comparatively to where the wealth is a commentary on our society at large. Number one, number two, with the tax benefits that churches receive of, what was it, 100 billion? Is that
85?
Okay, it will. Estimates right now is that it would take about $7.5 to $8 billion to feed every hungry person in America. And if the church is called to do that, where is it?
Yeah, I would totally agree that the church has gone and failed in what it's supposed to go and do, but that doesn't inherently make something else right just because the church is failing. I would say that calling the church to go and to do the right thing, that's their moral responsibility. And I think that's important to go and to understand that idea if it's with that. So one question I do have that you brought up was that socialism, welfare isn't socialism. And I just want to ask a clarifying question. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily disconnected, correct? That welfare can be part of socialism, though, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to
Sure, it's a social program, but it has nothing to do with how the ownership of the means of production is handled.
Right. And going in looking at that, so the question basically between socialism, if I'm understanding how you're defining it, and capitalism, is that basically socialism puts the means of production within the public sphere, as opposed to capitalism puts it within the private sphere.
So you could go everywhere from anywhere from state control, where everyone's representative, one person, one vote, to more of a federal system, such as syndicalism, where it's owned by the union and everyone within the union has one vote, one person. You could have it direct controlled through workers' cooperatives. The option. I mean, the number of silos of what socialism can look like is huge.
Now,
absolutely huge.
Now you mentioned unions, though, and we all know that might be true, that it's one vote or whatnot, but it's really the heads of the unions who go and make the direction there within that, and it's the same kind of corruption.
That's called federalism within
they're set up like Congress.
Society. And those heads of the unions can be voted out 50+1 by the general worker force. Same with the CEO, CFO, everybody else. Everybody's position is always at jeopardy by the majority.
And unions are generally nonprofit, correct?
Well, this isn't a syndicalist society, so we're past.
No. But I'm talking about what a union looks like right now. They're generally nonprofit, right?
They take a lot of fucking profit, just like the goddamn churches I'm in.
Yeah, I mean,
no one's here defending unions.
Completely reformed.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. I just wanted to make sure, because actually that was the response I wanted to hear from Mikey right there. And because I was going like, hey, I just want to make sure we're just as upset.
No. Let me tell you.
The Knights of what was it called? What was it called, Swede? The Knights of the first union, the Knights of Labor, right? This is not the Knights of Labor.
Yeah,
what we have going on today. I worked as a Teamster for I worked as a Teamster for 7.5 years, and I can assure you that the corruption within that organization is astonishing on all.
But hold on, Swede. I want to address this before I forget it. It's funny that he mentions unions, because they act a lot like a church. They are inside the structure. They are protected from everything, but they want constant, abundant funding at all times. And they provide little to nothing for the people funding what is happening.
By and large, yes. I mean, there are some good unions out there.
So that is accurate.
Hashtag not all unions.
Hashtag not all unions.
So here's what I would go and say. When it comes to the two economic systems, the issue that we're seeing within socialism, as represented as how we see it within unions, in the smaller sense that we can see within our nation, and we can go and see the corruption that happens, and then going and saying, okay, you've got capitalism that creates wealth disparity. Wealth disparity happens in unions too. The head of the union makes a whole lot more money than the workers there. There is that wealth disparity, and so we can go and talk about.
The union does not own the company today. What I'm talking about in syndicalism is that the union has full ownership of the company's production, and everyone has one. It's a federalist system.
So that's very utopian in an idea there. That's very utopian. We don't live in a perfect world. That's the problem that we're going to run into. And so the question is which system safeguards better against the corrupted nature of man? But ultimately, the biggest issue is that when you have morality that's unbridled, which I would definitely say that we have that in the United States today. And the problem is that even within the capitalistic structure that we have, the morality is the issue. It's not the system itself that's failing.
And I would have, and 800 years ago, you would have been standing outside of a castle in a feudalistic society saying, this darn capitalism doesn't safeguard you the same way your lord does.
I'm not basing my
stick with feudalism.
I'm not making my argument based upon tradition. I'm basing my argument based upon morality in that idea of the private property. It's not based upon tradition.
Oh, but you got private property wrong, Sam. You said private property was wrong. Like, your idea of what private property is wrong.
Well, we've clarified that.
Well, and not only
but
that,
he used it again, but I don't think he
property-
used it in the same way. He used it in the same way he was using before.
No, I can use it in the context here that I believe production should be made with the idea of the business ownership there. It should be in the private sector.
You believe theft is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go work for a company and you provide $30 per hour of benefit, and the person who owns the thing only pays you 15, are you being stolen from?
Not necessarily.
Because that's the disconnect.
No, because here's the problem: you have the liability is upon the owner of the business too, and so that's important to go into to weigh in to consider. But the question is when it comes to morality, is it a fair wage, and was it agreed upon? If it was agreed upon that I was going to make $30 an hour or did $30 of work, and he only paid me 15, then it would be theft.
So it would be moral to pay someone for less than the value they provide.
Well, but you and Sam, earlier in the podcast, you gave I'm just calling you out here. You gave a different answer to the same question when Mikey asked it, because he said if you're being underpaid for a job, you said being underpaid for a job is immoral. And I think what Swede is saying, and Swede, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your statement here, is that he said if you're giving $30 of value to a company, but they're paying you 15, we're assuming under that $30 that $30 you might be worth $90 to the company, but they have overheads, they have to pay insurance, they have all these other things. That's the net of $30. Is that a fair characterization of what you're saying?
You can look at it that way too, but
I think you can look at it the other way.
I bring $90 per hour of value to the company. Overhead and everything would cost $40 an hour, let's say. So we're down to 50, but you're only paying me 20. So there's $30 that's being sliced off of the value that I'm bringing that I'm not being compensated for.
Before the question was on fair living wage, which is or a fair wage, which is an important distinction to go and to look at there, because it was in the context of the denarius that we're talking about before. Well, exactly, it's subjective. What's value? Are you saying
value can be quantified?
So here's the question: are you going and saying that the person who takes the liability shouldn't be paid more?
Why not just give everyone ownership so that the liability is spread around?
That's what I'm advocate for all the time. Mikey says I hate the minimum wage.
No, you just don't want to pay people $15 an hour. You want the minimum wage to be a thing. You just want it to be like $6.
I don't
he wants to give them $6 an hour and just fucking say, yeah, you get what you get.
Here's what I don't want. This might sound weird, and I'm actually, this is kind of maybe a little bit off topic, but Mikey gets on me a lot for this, and Swede's on the show right now, so I'll divert to this real quick. The thoughts, I've listened to a couple people talk about this, and this is kind of a system that I came up with on my own. Maybe it's maybe it doesn't work, but maybe Mikey hasn't thought of it yet, right? So let me mute him, or I'll get him out. Don't worry. There, no. So the.
See, that sword cuts both ways, Dutch. You got to be careful. You got to be careful, Dutch. That sword cuts both ways.
So the idea is this. I don't like the fact that a plumber who might, his overall profit in his business and everything that he has, that he makes in a year is, say, like, after he pays all of his business expenses and overheads and, pays for the cost of his supplies and everything like that, is barely able to pay all of his bills, but he wants to be able to grow his business. And he says, okay, I can budget to hire someone at $9 an hour, right? Let's just say that that's the number that he budgets and says, I'm able to pay that person. But the government then comes in and says, I have to pay that person $15 an hour. Well, that plumber then either has to close his business or not, or go into debt, or there's an issue there. My thought that Mikey likes to laugh at is that you can find someone to bring into your company who wants to say, hey, and say to that person, hey, this is the situation. There's risk here on both sides. I'm willing to give you 7% equity in the profit of this company, or whatever arbitrary number it is, right? I haven't done the math on the number, but for them to be able to, for you to be able to come and say, hey, I want employees to be able to get equity like you would see with an ESOP, right? Where depending on the amount of money that we're able to make together, that would dictate that person's wage. Now, maybe there would be a draw or something paid to that person in the meantime, but that I think that would create wealth for two people, for the employee as well as for the owner. So
the problem with an ESOP is you're still exploiting the wage, the labor of the person, and then you're requiring them to use a wage that isn't enough to turn around and buy stock in the company. I didn't know.
I failed to see though why wanting to give people equity in a business is
No. I'm okay with your intention.
There are some businesses that do that.
Your methodology is shit, though.
Well, I worked for an ESOP, and it seemed to work
that's
perfectly
the thing,
fine.
though. It's like, yo, I know I'm only giving you 78 cents an hour, but I'm gonna give you 2 stocks in this company. Motherfucker, I gotta pay bills right now. I ain't got time to get to the stock market.
Okay, but the alternative here is I don't hire someone.
Yes, because you can't afford them.
So in a capitalist society,
they go work for somebody who
want to be able to grow my business.
Society, you just raise your rates,
right? Which is a problem with capitalism. Yes, but you also have to be able to stay competitive. You can't just raise your rates to say I want to hire more people. I can't charge $8,000 for a $4,000 item and expect people to buy it.
So use the government to make it equal across the board.
But not all labor is equal.
Now with that, what you just said, I agree.
The floor.
I agree with that, Swede. But not
all labor is equal though, and so that's where you come into the problem.
But that system is not.
There should be a bare minimum standard.
You're a pastor. Calm down a little bit.
Not all labor is equal.
You're a pastor. You have no tax. Like, you are not doing any sort of physical work. You do not get to decide what is equal across the board. Calm down.
No. I've worked other jobs, and trust me, I've worked with people who don't work. Right? I mean, have you ever had a job? Like I'm assuming you've had a job, and you've worked with people who sit out there and they don't work. That's what I'm saying. Not all labor is equal.
So yes, not all labor is equal, but at the very base minimum, I'm saying we need a floor that everybody has to abide by. Now that floor is an imperfect system. Wage. I get it, because $15 an hour in Omaha is a lot different than $15 an hour in San Francisco. I get it, but we can't legislate San Francisco's minimum wage at the federal level because it goes against the guarantee clause. Now, on the point of having just this base floor is we have to have that because anybody that works 40 hours a week should be able to live comfortably. And by comfortably, I mean they should be able to have at least a streaming service that they like, so that, that they can watch what they want to. They should be able to have at least a somewhat of a decent computer and internet access. I think that's that's almost a basic right that people need anymore with the connectivity that our society requires.
Hold on. He's got an objection. Let's hear this.
Why would those be rights? I mean,
there's positive and negative rights. This is a positive right. We can talk about the negative rights all the other time, but having a different system of positive rights, such as healthcare, a minimum wage, certain levels of base connectivity, and having a few nice things. That's totally Puritan attitude of you need to work 90 hours a week, have no luxuries, and eventually you'll get what's coming to you is bullshit.
Not going to happen.
I would totally agree with that, but that doesn't mean that you're sitting out here saying that it's a right to have a streaming service. I mean, that seems like
I said internet access. Internet access should almost be a right.
In the world today, you need to have some type of internet access. If you want to function in the world today on any type of level, you need to have some type of internet access.
Agreed.
Period. If you don't have internet access, you're basically a Neanderthal in today's world.
Right. And I agree with that. So what I'm trying to do is obviously we're at 2.5 hours. So we need to close this. We need to get to the humidor. We need to do other stuff.
Why?
And because Haas wants to do his fucking cigar.
It's been
Unless he's
gone for an hour.
Unless he's passing on it right now.
I saved
been-
it.
What
I
I was
saved
Gone for an hour.
what I
He
was
remembers.
what I wanted to propose was that we all take 60 seconds, give our final thought on this, the five of us, and then we'll get to our last game in Haas's Humidor. Is that a fair proposal, or do you want to go on longer? I'll leave it up to you, Mikey. You call a shot.
Hey, Sam, how much time you got left with us?
I mean, however long you guys want to go.
Perfect. Dutch, do some extra legwork. Make it 2 episodes. This is the super exclusive. This is the episode everybody's been waiting for. This is the big
now
one.
You're asking me for free to edit this video.
Oh, no. You're the fucking business owner, so you should have no problem doing more work. Am I right?
Except for the fact that we don't make any money off of this, but yeah.
And whose fault is that?
Okay, you know what? You're right.
There you go.
Actually, Mikey's exactly right. Mikey, you're fired.
You got one more time and I'll end the broadcast and I'll fuck this whole shit up. I don't care. I'm a revolutionary. I'm here to burn the whole everything down.
Oh, and real quick, let me just say to Irish Swede, I just want to clarify something here. Okay. So I'm going
it's
to
Swede_Irish. Yes.
Yes. You basically said that I said, and a few people in the chat have said that I said that capitalism promotes, or whatever word you use, innovation and etc. I never said that. And this is exactly what I wrote reads. It reads in 2 places. This was a quote from someone that I read. So I read a quote that was not me saying it. And it said industrial capitalism is
You chose to use that as a quote.
I chose to use that quote.
Did you say quote? Did you say
yes,
quote?
I did. Yes, go back and play the video. All right. And then then what I read here is I said capitalism is an economic system, but it's also a cultural system that in general is characterized by innovation and investment to increase wealth. Okay, but
we know that today that it's not.
But Swede, the characterization in America at large, you may not have it, the people on this podcast may not have it, but the characterization at large is that. I therefore then went after that, and every bit of evidence that I brought forward was contrary to that original statement. So a lot of people heard that original statement and tuned out immediately. The word characterize is contextually key there. So I want to just...
All right.
When did you become Trump?
I will bow at the altar of the way you used it and a better explanation. But it's we have to be careful when we say things like this because it perpetuates the characterization too.
Fair enough.
I've been trying to get Dutch to understand that for a year and a half. He doesn't get that sometimes. Don't say things if you're not sure. He's like, I'll just get corrected on them later. It's just sometimes bad enough to say things that are wrong.
Where's the remove button?
Dutch, if you want me gone, I'll go. It's not a thing. But I do demand that we're accurate while on air. That's important to me.
And I'm saying that what I said was the word that I used there, characterized, is a true thing. It is generally.
And then you say characterized.
Yeah, the general
you can make it very nebulous.
But I think we need to just stop using that type of sentence because it just perpetuates the lie.
Okay, that's a completely fair statement. I'll agree with that. But you also will agree that if you ask a random American,
if I ask 6 out of 10 people, capitalism increases innovation. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that was the generalization that I was seeking in the entire conversation.
With your clarification, I bow to your definition, but at the same time, I would caution you against using things like that.
And the chat still doesn't care. So
they never do.
Anyway, Haas,
chat doesn't care about a lot of things.
So Haas, you were somewhat in the middle of a point. Go ahead.
I forgot it now, man. Forget it. But I will say this: I'm gonna use 30 of my 60 seconds, just to praise Swede, because I always learn something from this.
You gotta tax him though. You can't just praise him and not tax him.
I always learn something from this thin bald man. I always learn something from him. I enjoy listening to you because you're so intelligent, and I'm sorry that if it seems like I'm dick riding right now, but when Mikey's like, we got to get sweet on, I'm like, do it, because I know I'm gonna learn something, and I appreciate you being on because I enjoy having people that are smarter than me around because they help me expand, and I love that. So thank you.
Well, it's my wheelhouse. If it was anything else, I would have just gone to bed.
I didn't bring him on for the how to tune a guitar.
It ain't because I
he
look
wouldn't
good,
be.
that's for sure. So I mean, the biggest thing to take away from all of this, I think, is that we need a better education system and to teach political economies and how to talk about them. Because what irritated me so much while I was driving home and then coming in and listening to this was the fact that, I mean, most of us are going to just talk past each other because we don't know how we're defining things. And I wasn't saying define private property as a gotcha. I was saying it as, I don't know that we're thinking of the same thing. When you say private property, I have something in my mind. You have something in your mind, and I guarantee you it's going to be different. And I went through, when I was in Arizona, that whole situation came up multiple times talking with people. And then I have to get into how we define and what is good and moral private property. Is being a landlord moral? Because that you could classify rent-seeking behavior as immoral. And I do believe that is a valid thing, even within the Christian framework. If you go in and purchase something and provide no value and jack up rent on people and then use eviction as a weapon to force people into either paying or go to the streets, and you don't make their apartment any better, you don't mow their grass any better, you don't provide anything more than just owning the property itself, and you're bleeding them dry, I think you could make the case that that's immoral in most religious systems. But let alone secular humanism, where we look at that and we think that's just abhorrent. So I think we need to think about things in a broader sense rather than just usury, than just some of the... we have a lot of new ways to do things, and we need a broader application of morality and ethics based on what is able to be done and how we treat the most vulnerable of our population.
So, go ahead.
And it sickens me to this day that most people think that, being a landlord is still congruent with helping people get up.
So we've all talked for a while. Sam, I'm going to give you a minute and a half. Just bury your soul here. And then we're going to flip over into the humidor right after this. So the floor is yours. Feel free to chastise each and every one of us. My co-host will not interrupt you, or else I'll kick them off the air. You mother... go ahead, Sam. The floor is yours.
I actually won't even take up all 90 seconds because I actually can agree with a lot of what Swede said there. Because I think that when it comes down to it, morality is the issue within the system. And that's where it fails. I don't think that it's the system, but I think that the morality of the individuals, because you could have a good landlord who goes out and goes and provides the liability, goes and, something breaks down, goes and takes care of it, owns the appliances, replaces the appliances, keeping them up to date, different things like that. But I also think you can have a scumbag landlord who does it absolutely wrong.
Donald Trump.
And those would be the bad, and I think that would be completely immoral. I didn't vote for Trump, remember?
I have allergies. That was just the cats. The cats.
I will just say that it's just it's a feature of the system that we currently have, is that type of behavior. It's not a bug.
Can I make a quick
feature.
suggestion? I want to ask Sam to do something. So,
Tax a church.
we have had JD Rucker on here. We've had Dornick on here 3 times. We've had you on here.
You can tell my best.
We've had Shu on here.
Clearly.
Right. So, I don't believe that Shu invited me onto his show to talk about comic books, but outside of that, none of us have been on GK. And I'm not going to ask for any of us, the 3 of us, to come on GK.
They don't want me over there.
Would you consider having Irish Swede on to talk about socialism in this type of context on your show?
So our show, the show that I'm on personally, probably wouldn't fit that narrative real well. I'm sure that there would be a show. I'm sure that conversations with Jeff would be good. The other thing I would say that'd be really fun to do is we have a fight night of where it's a debate. I'm sure that would be really fun to do something like that.
Oh, sign me up.
Well,
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, I think this would be great.
I will punch
like
back at you. I will punch back at you a little bit there, though, because yesterday on your Facebook page you posted, and I remember this was my birthday on May 10th, so 2 days ago.
No one cares about your birthday.
You posted
Dutch.
on. Yes, they do. Happy birthday to me in the chat.
Shut up, Dutch.
F in the chat. F in the chat. But you posted
G in the
a video
chat,
on your
fuck 'em.
Facebook page. You posted on your Facebook page a video which I watched from May 10th, 2019, so 2 years ago, where the guy who you had on your show spent the entire time railing about socialism.
Yeah. So I'm sure he would be very, very glad to go and do that. We don't really have guests. It's just me and him most of the time.
Okay.
We haven't had a guest on in like over a year and a half.
I think that
That's what I was getting
sometimes conservative audiences, and I'm not saying it's only conservatives that do this, but it seems to be general. They tunnel
That's the
vision
other
themselves
definition
and
I'm going
only
to rail on you guys about. Conservatism is a movement to reestablish the monarchy. Period. It's Edmund Burke.
Burke supported the American Revolution.
Burke supported and
He didn't support the
unironically wanted to
French
reestablish the French monarchy, and his treatise on conservatism is to reestablish the monarchy. He believed that divine right was what was, and liberalism is just what the American Revolution it was, and it's capitalist. It's still capitalist. It's just a liberalization away from the monarchy. That's all that is. Left wing is way different.
There's a difference between leftism and liberalism, no doubt. Burke, I would disagree with why he didn't support the French Revolution as compared to the American Revolution. But he undoubtedly did support, or excuse me, I think I mixed those up backwards there. He supported the American Revolution. He didn't support the French Revolution, and he did advocate. You are correct. He did advocate for the monarchy of France, but I think that he would have said that they didn't have a just reason as to take down the monarchy. And I would argue that recognizing a monarchy as a valid system is different than trying to establish it over everyone.
Recognizing a monarchy as a valid system is a recognition that unjust hierarchies are moral, and that cannot stand. I'm an anarchist. That there's all hierarchies must die. We need to get to a heterarchical system, and I can never say that word. But
hey, listen,
hierarchies.
Only I get to mispronounce words on this show.
Ooh,
okay?
Get your shit together, Swede.
But unjust hierarchies need to die. A very quick, painless death. Get them out. This whole notion that hierarchies are inherent to any system, or that we're lobsters. Guess who I'm talking about there? It's just no. And any semblance of anybody saying that a hierarchy of that nature is just, no.
Speaking of crabs in a bucket.
I have the pleasure now to introduce who I believe is one of the baddest motherfuckers in the world.
Welcome to the Humidor with Big Hoss. Find out what Haas is puffin' and drinkin' today. If you try his suggestion and you die, that is natural selection, and the VFU podcast is not responsible for you being weak effing sauce. Now, the one, the only, Big Haas.
I'm not on drugs.
Big Hussein, what are you drinking? What are you smoking on DOA, not VFU? We got to fix that.
Jenna is working on it as we speak. Am I
Yay.
right, Jenna? Thanks, Jenna. You're muted, big boy. I think Big Haas is the big boy, and I'm the Andre 3K of this podcast. And you're Vanilla Ice.
Okay.
He's
Can
Snow.
I be? Yeah, I'll be. It's funny. It's funny you said that because I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Right.
Farmer. I think
All right, so
I lick it boom boom down.
you see the pinky, right?
Oh,
I am smoking. Okay. Went into the lounge 4 Sundays ago, and don't normally smoke this brand because I thought it's kind of overrated to me. But this is a new one, brand new, just released in April. So
oh
this
shit!
This is an infant. This
Fresh
is
out the
mean,
chopping block.
fresh from the master rollers in El Titan de Bronze manufacturing down in Miami in the cigar district.
Welcome to Miami.
They are well-known boutique rollers. They recently collaborated with this brand that I think for the most part I think is overrated. There's a couple of this one and one other one is the only blends I like. But this is fresh. This is, it's a Cohiba, but it's the American Cohiba, not the original Cuban Cohiba. And this is the first blend actually rolled in America.
Teacher. I've never.
Where's the remove button?
I've never heard Cohiba before in one of your humidors. What do you mean by Cochiba?
It's a brand of purse.
Is that the concert that the liberals go to with their clothes off, smoking the devil's lettuce?
No. All right, so Cohiba is all right. Let me give you a little backstory. Cohiba was originally a Cuban brand. Okay. When the Cuban embargo was enacted, okay, then you could no longer get Cuban cigars in America. An American company bought the name Cohiba, okay, and continued to make cigars in primarily Nicaragua. Okay.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Where is it?
Nicaragua.
Yes. So, they made a brand. They made a bunch of blends. A lot of people like them. What? Yes.
Chat on screen.
Cohiba is the
Taino
word.
Taino.
I get to pronounce stuff you don't.
It's
For
Taino.
tobacco.
All right. Well, that's great. I like that. So, this brand for me, and I'll show you the band. It's a really cool band, by the way. It's kind of got a reflective green or gold. And then there's the green and then the black. You can't really see. So, anyway, this is the Cohiba Serie M. Serie M.
For Mikey Famine.
Fresh off the press. And I want to read a little bit from the release. I'll read a little bit from the release. Go ahead.
Can you read it like Billy D?
Billy D. Williams?
Yes. Yes.
Get in there. All right, so General Cigars, that's who bought the Cohiba name. That's the company. They make a bunch of different cigars, okay? Bunch of different brands under the General Cigar umbrella. General Cigar's Cohiba Serie M is a result between its Cohiba team and the family-owned El Titan de Bron cigar factory, with each cigar handmade in Miami's Little Havana district. This is a limited edition collection crafted by Cuban expatriate cigar makers. This exquisite collection will be available through fine cigar shops like the Toy Cigar and Hookah Lounge across the U.S. starting on April 12th. So it's only been out a month. It's only been out a month. Okay?
A month and a day now.
Only 5,000 boxes have been made.
Oh, okay. You bougie.
Okay.
You bougie.
Let's just say this cigar costs a little bit. It's not
more than a little bit.
Tell the wife how much.
Don't tell her. Don't listen to him.
All right,
$5.
Hold on. Let me look around.
No, you ain't got. You know she gonna hear you.
It costs $30.
Yo, you know she just kicked
Damn,
her.
it costs $30.
Hold on, let me tweet her real quick. Dear Mrs. Haas, did you know that the humidor segment covered a cigar that was $30?
Yes.
Here are some recommendations for good divorce lawyers.
This cigar,
that's fucked up, yo.
Right, is a double binder from Dutch
Nicaragua.
Yes.
I don't get to say shit.
The wrapper is Dutch
Nicaraguan
Corojo. Okay.
República Dominicana.
No, it's not in there. Well,
damn it.
No. We're gonna get there. So
sweet. Okay.
There are 3 leaves that make up the filler. There is a Dutch
Nicaraguan
Jalapa, an Esteli, and a Mikey
República Dominicana
Piloto Cubano leaf.
Good job, Cory Booker.
Those all make up
Soyo Blacko,
the wrapper. Okay. So dry smoke, that means without a drink. It's creamy. There's a hint of spice.
Oh,
there's
wait
some.
I ain't even got the button ready. There you go, big boy.
There's some cream involved. It's a little spice and some coffee bean on it. And as I get to the end, it's a little bit of earthiness, but I think that's just the tobacco starting to heat up because it's not a lot of space now. But so I originally had it paired with my Uncle Nearest 1884.
He ain't never offered me none. He ain't never offered me none of that. Do you know that, Dutch? He ain't never offered me that. He ain't never offered me that.
He's a true capitalist.
So the Nearest 1884,
I love
93 proof small batch whiskey. Okay. Amazing. Really brings out the spice. Okay.
How much that bottle cost, Haas, for Uncle Nearest? Just roundabout, like 50, 60?
In that range.
That's crazy. You know that's crazy because I done brought you so many bottles of wine just out of my love and friendship for you. And this motherfucker wouldn't give me a snootful? The stingy motherfucker.
You can get a shot next time you come through for lemon pepper salmon.
I'm on my way right now. Gotta go, guys. See you later. See you next week.
When I was taking sips of the 1884 on the rocks, I was really getting that hint of spice turned into a punch of spice. You really got a lot more spice from the cigar. Okay. So in efforts not to be totally drunk out here, I got about halfway down and I started putting a little Coke in it. Coca-Cola, not cocaine.
Cocaine.
And what that did was the sweetness of the cream, the sweetness of the cream really started to come forth. It got a little bit sweeter. It was almost like a like a like the sweetness of evaporated milk.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a sweetness of evaporated milk, and really the spice kind of went away, but then the sweet cream kind of came out. Okay, and man, this cigar, it started off when I first lit it. I didn't have to touch it at all, and I would sit it there for a couple minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, come back to it, and it was still lit. But as I got, well, I think I let the ash grow a little too long, because another great feature of this cigar is if I was puffing it normally without being on the podcast, when I was tending to it every minute, 90 seconds or so, I would have been able to grow a nice long ash, because the ash is strong. It doesn't just fall off. It's not flaky. As I smoke, there's not just flakes of ash just falling off all over the place.
How many pumps of lotion, Haas?
This is a 5 or 6 pumper, dude.
Shit, the scale only go to 5. You talking about 6?
That's how strong this ash is. And if you look, even though I've had to relight it a couple times, look at that. Look at that burn line. It's so even. Very well constructed. Nice caramely structure, texture to it. It's very smooth. Not much veinage, but it does have a sheen on it. It does have a nice little sheen on it, like it just got some lotion.
Stop it! Stop it!
It just got lotioned up after a shower. You know what I mean? And
Jenna's out of here. She's gone. That was it. She's finished. That's what she needed.
But I originally so at the cap, there's a twist. There's a twist on the cap with the fan and I wish I could have kept it, but the tobacco really starts to get super heated, so I went to the V to kind of open it up a little bit. Pause. And kind of take the temperature down a little bit on the tobacco so it wouldn't get so earthy and charred. But there's a little fan, you just twist it and you can start puffing as soon as you light it. Okay. This Vitola, what do they call it? They had a special name for it. Let me look here. Well, I'll you know what? I can't find it. I'll just call it a Toro. It's about 6 1/4 by 54. I'm sorry, 6 by 52. Just enough to do the job.
Plenty.
You know? Especially if you're puffing it right. Pause. Anyway.
The price is wrong, bitch.
For a cigar of this price, I'm going to tell you how much I enjoyed it. I text the owner of the lounge that I go to and I work with, and I told him, I said, "Do you have another box of these?" And he said, "I think there's a full box." And I said, "I think I might take 5 out of that box."
She gonna beat your ass.
She ain't gonna know.
I'm not gonna tell. Hey, I ain't snitching.
So
you just gotta worry about Dutch.
That is how much I enjoyed this cigar. This is definitely something that you want to sit in the humidor and let it rest and only bring out for certain occasions. I brought it out today because I've been wanting to smoke it for almost a month. And I figured what better place to bring it out than the humidor and talk about it, because I had no expectations for it. I thought it might be okay. Because the last blend I smoked from Cohiba was pretty nice. But this one, ooh, boy.
I'm gonna need a rating, big dog.
I'm gonna give this a 4.85.
Woo!
Good score.
4.85, 4.7. I mean 4.75.
Oh, you just
I'm sorry. 4.9. 4.9.
Oh, okay. So that's the highest ever.
I took a 10th off because towards the end I did have to start relighting it. I had to relight it about 3 times, and as you can see,
that's not the cigar's fault. You was talking.
As you can see, it's been going out pretty quickly though, and as you can see, it's out now. See, watch, it's gone. You know what I mean? I think that sitting by the pool watching the kids play and stuff, I could. This would easily be like a 5 cigar for me.
Let me interrupt for 1 second.
Sure.
Haas has the most annoyingly, beautifully adorable kids on earth. You can't even look at these little kids and be like, man, this kid ain't even cute. He has the cutest kids. God, they're all just so beautiful. And so
shouts out to wifey and shouts out to ex-wifey for providing the physical characteristics.
And they're they're nice.
You can see it's not me. You can see it's not me.
No, that's clearly
they definitely
obvious.
They definitely all of them have your smile. And it's not your like normal smile, it's that I just did something smile. And
if the kids come into court and smile, I can't get out of any child support, but that's about it.
All right.
But
so we got
this is an amazing. Hold on, let me finish. This is an amazing cigar. It is medium to full. Okay. Well, I was drinking something pretty strong, but I would say probably to eat something. I would also say that a novice, they might get knocked on their ass by this cigar. So this is not something that you don't want to come out the gate and grab one of these and smoke it. But pretty soon after you start smoking cigars, you could go to the Cohiba Serie M and really have an enjoyable cigar. It's not an everyday smoke because of the price point, but that is definitely something I'd bring out for like when I have my birthday party or we have people over and stuff like that if I want to smoke on something. So for special occasions and things like that, like when I go up to the cottage, I might take a couple with me just to kind of sit on the deck and look at the lake and puff. But it's a phenomenal cigar. Cohiba knocked it out the park with this one. Great collaboration with El Titan de Bronze out of Miami. Kudos.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was making sure that you weren't going to say anything else.
Nope.
All right, so awesome. We have a record tonight. So Sam, you've witnessed history, the highest rated cigar in 3.5 years on this podcast.
That's
all right,
true.
so let's get to we'll get 2 quick things. I want to ask Sam one other somewhat political question, but before we do that, let's play our quick game. We're going to play Prank One, Marry One, Snap One. Now, Pastor Sam, are you a Marvel fan at all?
I mean, DC's better, but yeah.
Okay, well, I agree with that.
Get him off the show.
DC Comics, I totally agree. The cinematic universe, Marvel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I love.
We can stay.
I love DC Comics, but their movies have been terrible. So you're familiar with the fact that Thanos snapped everyone out of existence. So that is what we mean when we snap. We're not killing them. We're just snapping them temporarily out of existence.
We would never say that on the internet.
Right. We won't. But we all know that when you snap them, someday Tony Stark possibly could come back and save them. So we're gonna play. This is a deviation on a normal game. So we're gonna give you three women. Or men, I guess. You're going to prank call one. You're going to marry one. You're going to snap one. And you do not get to pass and tell us that you're already married to your wife, who I'm sure is a lovely lady, but this is part of the game. So, Haas, Mikey, get your picks ready. I am going to go with my pick for you is recently ousted from her number 3 position in the United States Congress. From Wyoming, Congresswoman Liz Cheney is my entry to you. So, Mikey or Haas, you may go second.
Can I veto Dutch? What are you talking about? Why ruin the game this way?
Hey, we did Nancy Pelosi one week, so I mean, come on.
You did Nancy Pelosi.
No, I did not. No, he did. He did.
I'll go back and listen, but
go back and listen. You. Someone needs to. No one ever listens.
I think this is you. AOC.
Right. Okay, so we have Liz Cheney, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Haas. Give us anyone.
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
Ooh, which Gaga though?
The cute one.
There you go. Okay.
So you have to.
I didn't know there's more than one.
Yeah, you have to prank one, marry one, snap one. Liz Cheney, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and AOC. I'm sorry, Lady Gaga. Go ahead.
All right. We're gonna snap Lady Gaga because I didn't know there's more than one. So, We'll prank call Cheney, and I guess we'll it leaves Mary and AOC. So there you go.
That's a smart choice.
Age-wise, man. Age.
Do you have any quick thought on the Liz Cheney thing?
With her being voted out, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
losing her position.
Right.
I mean, I think a lot of it's rooted in Trumpism. Probably all of it's rooted in Trumpism. I don't think she's a true conservative either. I think she's more definitely on the liberal side of the Republican Party.
She's a rhino.
She voted with Trump more than any other congressman.
92% of the time.
Yeah, like 3 people are more conservative than she is. At least as far as that using that measuring stick.
Yeah, I think you can make an argument. Trump's one of the more liberal presidents that we've had too, if you look at just what he did. So
definitely not socially. All right, but so I want to ask you this question, and I don't know if you have this characteristic or not. But I'm going to tell you. So the other day in my men's group, the leader got up in the front of the group and he was talking about a party that he wants to throw, like for like a potluck or something like that. So he wants to have like a taco truck come out and or not a taco truck, but like a taco van.
I was about to say a conservative wants a taco truck. What kind of bullshit is that?
A taco truck on every corner. But I'm in Bakersfield, and Bakersfield is a lot of folks who go to our church are very, very conservative Latinos. But so he gets up there and he goes, and I'm sitting in the back and I'm wearing my mask, and one other guy in there is wearing a mask, nobody else is. And he goes, so I want to ask you guys, what are you guys comfortable with? Should we socially distance this, or should we pack the joint? Echoing cheers from this men's group, pack the joint, pack the joint. So I like kind of said, hey, look, if you guys give me COVID, I can't go to work. And that's not really a very smart thing for people to say. I tried to explain it and I got weird looks. So I bring that up as actual real life context for this question. What is it that you think is, I don't know if you are with this or not, but like the absolute like anti-mask / vaccine mentality that is happening within the evangelical church right now? A, are you seeing this? And B, can you explain it to us?
I would say that it's probably not mainstream. I would see it's more from my perspective. It seems like it's mainstream the other way, but I would say the explaining it. Yeah, when it comes to masks or vaccines, because I think it's different. Do you want both?
Well, I mean, they're kind of the same, because the people who don't wear masks also are saying they don't want to take the vaccine in many cases. I'm not generalized. I don't like to generalize, but it seems like the same crowd is yelling the same things, because in my group, which is 40 guys, there's 2 people wearing masks in the room, one who's me. And there's probably like 6 people who I've heard say they've got the vaccine. So, you know, most people are like, oh, I'm not afraid of it, I'm not going to do that. So it's like, and I get like, you know, God says don't fear it. Cool. But respect and fear are 2 different things to me.
Yeah. People wear seatbelts.
Yeah. So the vaccine, technically it's from my understanding of it, it's not a vaccine, but it's gene therapy with the vaccine. And so that's one thing.
Time out. This is not your platform to spout bullshit. You better come correct. You will not tell people that the vaccine is gene therapy and not a vaccine. Where is the citation that I can look up what you're saying right now? Or you're done, and I'm booting you off of here.
Yeah. So the citation is, I don't necessarily have a medical book or something like that to go into cite, but it's in the understanding of what a vaccine is. I'm talking in the technical sense, not in the sense of an injection. It's not okay. And it depends on which one we're talking about. The one that's the one shot, the Johnson & Johnson, I believe was a vaccine or is a vaccine. The other 2 have to do with a elongated protein or something like that. I mean, it's not my field, but I'm giving the
Nope. Not gene therapy. Just looked it up. None of them are gene therapy.
So if it's not your field, perhaps you shouldn't spread things that are not true.
Where did you get that from?
Hold on, Dutch. We are on the internet. This is our channel, and we have to be accountable and responsible to our audience. So if you don't know, please say, I don't know this, but ... Do that. Don't say that the vaccine is gene therapy when you don't know if it's gene therapy.
I feel I qualified it with an I believe, but and I'm not gonna.
So then why are you saying? So then why are you? All right, no, we're good. No, talk about the church. Don't talk about anything else except for the churches, because I don't want to hear your. I don't want to hear your
I'm
thoughts.
I'm not going to bow down to the word Gestapo here. So come on, man.
Gestapo?
Yeah,
you just said something that was patently untrue about
no. I gave a qualifying statement, and I'm not gonna have you talk down to me.
Statement.
I gave a qualifying statement.
It's game
I gave
time.
a qualifying statement.
Okay,
get out of here, man. I gave a qualifying statement. Yeah, I did,
and that covers you. Statement. So that covers you, right? Because you gave a qualifying statement.
Yeah, well, you asked me to give a different qualifying statement.
So I here.
No. Back up.
No.
Say again what you told me to say. No.
I believe that pastors touch little kids.
Okay.
But I put a qualifying statement in front of it because I said I believe. I would never do that because that is morally irresponsible. That is so intellectually irresponsible for me to do.
It's not.
So why would you say that?
Because I'm answering a question.
Yo,
absolutely, I'm answering a question.
You're fucking wilding, B.
No,
you're good. Go ahead.
No,
you're wilding. Don't do that
not.
here. Don't do that here.
Don't tell me how to answer. Don't tell me how to answer.
This
is why nobody likes leftists. Right there. This is why nobody likes.
You guys lost the last election.
Absolutely.
What are you talking about, nobody?
No, this is.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm good.
Hold on, no. That to say I believe. To say that and not have it be challenged, it's like letting.
Well, I'm fine with it being challenged. I'm not fine with having somebody tell me saying that I can't say that. Well, I did qualify it and demanding that I give a different qualifying statement. That is ridiculous.
But here's the
absolutely
thing, though. Sam,
it's called being responsible with your platform.
Sam,
that's irresponsible.
Here's the thing, Sam. If you're gonna say something like that, it is better to say, well, let's just take your qualifying statement into context. I believe, right? That is something that you want to make sure I know instead of saying I believe, because we can believe a lot of things. Okay. But that is something that you can easily say, you know what? I believe this, but let me find out and make sure I know that it's true before I go around spreading it. Because when you say I believe, and it's something like that, like I believe that chocolate cake is not that good. That's something that you can say, and okay. But when you want to say something like when you're going to say something that could be scientifically proven or disproven, or anything that could be proven or disproven, you want to say, I know, especially something like that, especially when people's lives are in the balance. And I think that's why Mikey's so infuriated right now, is because if you're saying that to other people that aren't challenging you on it, they're going around believing that. Pastor says, Pastor says, because you're in a position of influence. You're in a position of power. You're in a position where your words matter more than my words. When you are talking to your congregation, just regularly talking to your congregation, and the vaccine comes up, and you say, well, I believe that these two are gene therapy, and this is the only one that's actual vaccine. And guess what? If Moderna or Pfizer are the only two available in that area, they're going to be like, well, Pastor says that this one is gene therapy, so I'm not getting that one. That they're not going to say Pastor believes, let me go check. They respect you, man. That's the thing. Your words have power, dude. And I think that's what made Mikey a little upset, is because you're in a position of stature where your words really resonate with people. Your words influence people. People come to you. Okay? And I think that's what has to be taken into account.
Let's take a hard break for a second. Sam, do you wear a mask, and do you plan on getting vaccinated in the future?
No, I do not wear a mask. And no, I don't plan on getting vaccinated.
I'm done talking to this dude about fucking anything that has to do with COVID.
And the citation I would give would be Dolores Cahill, PhD from Dublin, Ireland.
What's the link?
You got to give us the link. You got to give us the link.
Give me the link right now.
Okay, let me send it to.
Send it to the chat. Send it to the private chat.
There's a private chat on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah,
Send that
it's
to me.
I've already linked the reputation in the private chat.
It says 18 on it. So here's where I'm going to counterpunch you, Sam. And like I
still want the link.
I think, look, this is difficult because I think you're a decent guy, but you have a pandemic going on in this country right now, which has what is it right now in the United States? Globally, it's 4 million, 5 million people who have died from it. In the United States, I forget the number, and those people are dead and they're not coming back. And like I'm interested in the conversation with people as to why they don't want to take a vaccine or they don't want to wear a mask. I'm interested in that conversation.
583,000
in the United States. Okay. So I'm interested in that conversation because I think that conversation is important. And I'll tell you why I think it's important, Sam. Because a lot of the people who I love in my life say the exact same thing that you do. My mom and my dad. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they'll wear a mask, obviously, if they go into a grocery store or whatever, they're made to, but outside of that, they won't do it because they say it's intolerant or something, like government restriction or whatever. And it bothers me personally because I love my fucking parents. And I'm sorry to curse there, but my dad is 77 years old and he walks around with a defibrillator and a catheter on. And it worries me every day that he doesn't give a flying rat's rear end about COVID. And I'm not saying that you don't believe what you just said is true. What I'm saying is that if there's one source out there that's saying it's true, and that's the only source or one of 4 in the entire internet, then I'm going to give that the seriousness of something that's on the internet 4 times compared to 104 million. And I don't want my folks to, hear stuff like that, not just from you, but from anybody, especially from someone who's a Christian leader. And when there's no real true objective evidence that one little tiny bit of research is more true than the aggregate of the rest of the research. And it's because I give a damn, right? Like I sit in my men's group with these old guys and I'm wearing a mask because I'm asthmatic. So I cough everyone, like coughing for me is like second nature. Right. So like and I have allergies like Mikey does. So if I get a sneezing attack in the middle of the thing, I don't know if I have COVID. So I wear a mask there when I'm there because I give a damn about them. It's not even about me. Okay?
Dutch, I'm gonna need you to let me get the steering wheel here. Because this is big. Like this is important. Like I know we bicker and fight about shit, but this is important for our platform. And Sam, I'm gonna put you main screen again. I have a couple questions for you. Why don't you wear a mask?
Why don't I wear a mask?
When you're out in public interacting with other people, why don't you wear a mask?
First of all, the main three. Sorry, I was debating back and forth whether or not to be funny and say, because I don't want to cover my pretty face. But the big reason here is what I would say is that studies done before COVID hit, because I think that we could probably all take a step back and agree a little bit here that maybe some things have been politicized on both sides. And so it'd be good to go and to look at that. That masks don't necessarily work. I think that if you go and you look at the studies that are in the CDC, and masks can be dangerous too, with giving a much more
Hey, I need you to not gish gallop me. I need you to answer directly because I have several questions So I need you to answer as succinctly and as accurately as you possibly can. And the question is, why don't you wear a mask?
Yes, and I'm answering that.
No, you're all over the place. I don't want to hear about wah 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 wah, all this wishy washy.
Can't say
stuff.
because that's
hold on, Haas, I got this, big guy.
Because science doesn't change.
Science doesn't change.
Science doesn't change. What was true in 2019 when it comes to masks is the same thing that's going to be true in 2021. It doesn't magically come.
Okay, hold on. So
are you saying ahead of time? And we're going and we're looking at this idea here. I think you're misunderstanding what I mean by science doesn't change with that. And so I would say that the studies that would go and say that masks are more dangerous, first of all. Secondly, I would go and say that they don't work. The third thing is that they don't go and they
tell me that
doesn't spread.
No, Sam,
it does
you're
not. Yes, it does.
Sam,
yes.
You're not gonna. Sam, this is not a gish gallop. Sam, stop. This
hey,
is a
shut up, man! I'm answering your question.
Okay.
No, you're listing 87 things.
Yes, everybody. I have reasons. You have to have reasons. I'm giving you my reasons.
Sam,
come on.
Sam, you can't
mute him,
your
man.
answer as 87 things. I'm asking about thing 1. So before you go to thing 10, can you explain in detail thing 1? That's what I'm asking you. This isn't me interrupting you because I'm a dick. I already know I'm a dick, but you're not explaining your answer all the way. For the audience, for the people listening and the people watching, you're going to need to explain 1 in more detail before you get to 2, 3, 5, and 80. So let's chill out for a second. And you don't have to tell me to shut up. You just have to be more clear in your explanations. So you said that you know that it's more harmful. Can you prove to me or show me or tell me or something to prove why it's more harmful to wear a mask as opposed to not wearing a mask?
Hold on just a second, because obviously I don't have citations here right off the top of my head because
that's interesting.
I'll let you take a second, and Sam, take a second. Mikey,
well, here I'll actually send you the article I wrote on it. How about that?
Sure, I'm willing to read whatever, but I think what you're referring to here is when COVID first came out, and the Surgeon General and Fauci both said that masks are not going to keep you from getting COVID. That was a very, very prevalent story that took place back in the early stages of COVID. But and then they're saying, well, right now they're saying masks are necessary, and therefore they changed the story. Masks don't work and masks do work. The difference here is, and I'm telling you this because you're a human being and I care about you. Okay, I'm not saying all this shit. But it doesn't matter. Dude. It doesn't matter what he's interested in. I still give a shit about people. Okay, so
you're wasting your breath.
The difference here is that in the early days of COVID, we didn't know what we were dealing with yet, and they said, look, masks are not 100% effective against spreading transmittable diseases. Because they don't want people to do 2 things. 1, to continue living their lives and hanging out with other people and going into work and all that type of stuff when they could get COVID from touching a computer surface or a doorknob, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And and thinking that the mask was going to protect them 100% from everything. And 2, because of the fact that we had a shortage in masks for people like our listener Jenna, who is a nurse and needed those for medical supplies. That argument is not the antithesis to the one right now that says, hey, let's try to be responsible and be safe and not get the old people in my men's group sick. And I say that type of shit because I actually give a shit about you, and I do not want to see you or any other person think these things and then die or have someone else near them die, because guess what? I actually do give a fuck about you and everybody else listening to the show and the people who listen to it. I don't want people to suffer. So that is why you see the vigor. That's why you see the vigor.
Cloth mask dangerous to your health.
Dudge, you are arguing against a point that is illogical. You cannot logic him out of this point, which is why I asked him for his sources so that I can disseminate and dissect his sources. Your argument is perfectly coherent and cogent. That's not what he's using. So why are you using that as a counter argument to him? He does not care. He says that masks are harmful. But he has never had a surgeon that didn't wear a mask. He's never had a dental professional who didn't wear a mask. His girl has never been to a nail professional who didn't wear a mask. He's never had a construction worker who worked with drywall and sheetrock who didn't wear a mask or a respirator.
Science
but masks
Daily.
are dangerous because he has an article, and I'm going to take a look at it right now.
Science Daily, April 22nd, 2015, with research on cloth masks. And by the way, those actually, if I remember,
The ShiningLightMinistries.com.
No. It's one before that. That's the article I wrote. It's the Shining Light, and that has much more citations in it explaining my view. But the one before that is the Science Daily. I specifically pulled that citation with that, and it's from 2015. But I think it's
our listeners can check it out.
Yeah, that's good. The looking at it with the masks, those are I think the 3 points that I put out were pretty good for the main reasons there that I have.
Okay, I got a question. Why? Okay, why do we find the article that goes against the aggregate and use that as the basis for for decision making?
Confirmation
I don't understand
bias.
that.
Next question.
I don't understand that because
confirmation bias.
That's like a whole mob of people seeing somebody getting their ass whooped, and everybody's like, "Dude, he's getting his ass kicked." And then two people come up and say, "That's not really an ass whooping," and then everybody else is supposed to say, "No, okay, you're right. You guys are right."
It's the reason the specific one is because it's from 2015.
This is 2021.
Yeah, you believe in a religious book that has been wrong for 2,000 years.
Science does change.
I'm not interested in any of this. Dutch, Haas, I appreciate y'all for bringing people onto the platform. But this is getting a little ridiculous. You can't literally say that medical professionals should wear masks in all of these situations, and that helps people. But then at the same time say, no, it doesn't matter for the common person. And even if it's not 100% antiseptic, that it does nothing. Like, is that what you're saying, Sam? That it does nothing?
It depends on the interaction that you're having. I never before COVID had a doctor wear a mask in a general checkup on me. Now, if a surgeon where I'm going to be cut open, yes. If I'm having a dentist who's standing over my mouth, I generally don't have people standing over my mouth.
Correct. Now, why is that? Why is that?
Well, obviously, you're looking at definitely spit and stuff that could be going right down in and looking.
So if you're in a bar,
hold on, Haas. So you're at that point, it is a communicable disease because your organs are exposed, your chest cavity or abdomen is exposed, or in the case of COVID, your ears, eyes, nose, mouth are exposed.
Yes, but they're also
prevents the exposure from someone's mouth coming to you. Oh, it may not be 100%, but is it lessened by wearing a cloth mask?
Perhaps, but not enough to make.
No. I think hey, Sam, you're a smart guy. If I put a big sheet over my head, if I'm wearing a burqa and I try to hock a loogie on you, which would be better for me to hock a loogie on you? If I had a burqa on or off, which would be better? Using your intellect, tell me which is better.
Yeah, I don't remember which way we're going.
If I'm spitting on you, if I'm wearing a burqa, is it?
Yeah.
It's easier, off, correct?
Right. And I generally hope that people don't try to spit loogies on me. That's the thing. You're taking this to an absurd. That's the thing.
No,
you're taking it to a logical absurd.
No,
and that's the thing. If people are trying to spit loogies on me, yeah. I mean, I'd want to go wear a hazmat suit because I'm sitting here going like, hey, I don't want loogies on me.
Okay. Has anyone ever spit out of their mouth on you ever once in your entire life?
Probably. But
you've never seen someone talking vigorously and a little spittle come out on accident. They're not doing it on purpose, but you're talking and spit comes out. That's never happened where it landed on you. That's never happened in your entire life.
I said probably.
I'm asking you yes or no, and I don't want a bullshit answer of probably. You know or do not know if it's happened.
Yeah, well, it probably has. I can't recall of something right off the top of my head of somebody spitting in my face.
All right, he's up to you guys, because if you're not going to be honest that no one has ever accidentally produced spittle that landed on you,
I'm not saying
I don't know what to do with you. You hang out with church folk. I went to church for 20 years. Old folks is constantly, fucking.
And even bigger point.
Come on,
even bigger
man.
point, and even bigger point is this:
intellectually dishonest.
If somebody sneezes, and they have a mask on,
he's never sneezed and any spittle come out, and no one he's ever met has ever sneezed and spittle come out.
Isn't there a difference? Isn't there a difference in the dispersal rate if somebody sneezes with a mask on versus sneezing without a mask on?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Wait, Sam. The parsing of your words, Sam.
You're
intellectually
that's
dishonest.
An affirmative of what you're saying. I'm sitting here saying, well, I've never seen any.
If I put a bucket over your head and you sneeze, versus I don't have a bucket over your head and you
I'm
sneeze.
a pretty violent sneezer. I'm pretty sure the bucket would.
If someone is standing 5 feet in front of me, would they have a higher likelihood of getting sneezed on with a bucket or without?
Without, no doubt. Now here's
Thank you for acknowledging.
So wait, Sam. I got a follow up, Sam. I got a follow up. Sam.
It doesn't happen,
Sam. So you're in church.
It doesn't happen.
You're in church. You're in church, right? And let's just say 70% of the people don't have a mask on, right?
Okay. You're
singing, you're doing your songs, you're preaching, and everything else. And nobody's ever sneezed in church.
Yeah, they have.
Okay, so what we're saying is this: when we sing, when we emote, when we're speaking, we produce more particulates that come out of our mouth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're in an enclosed space and we're singing, somebody might sneeze, people are breathing, etc., etc. There's more particulates in the air than in the outside area, right?
Yes.
So then, would not the likelihood of becoming infected be higher because most of the people don't have masks on? Now we're not talking about medical professionals who have on a medical mask and then put a cloth mask over the medical mask. If you read the article, they talk about that, and then they wear it for 15 hours.
No, I'm good. No, you're good, Haas. Sam, do you have polio?
No, not. I mean,
anybody in your family have polio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you vaccinated against polio?
I don't believe I am, but because I think that's the one that leaves a scar, if I'm correct.
No, I mean that depends on your age and where you got your shot from.
Okay,
so you don't know if you're vaccinated against polio?
If you're younger than 48, you don't have a scar, because I'm vaccinated against polio and I don't have a scar.
Yeah, I don't, and that's something where I can understand you might not know it because that
was the delivery message,
right? But I get where Mikey's going, but Sam, keep this in mind. Even if someone says COVID's been over, even if someone buys into the idea, Sam, that COVID's been overblown, and that people don't really die of it, they die of something else. Even if you bought into that, which by the way is interesting, that the church who used
Stop
that
giving
same
him
argument
out, dude.
against
Just say what
AIDS,
you're gonna say, dude. Stop
Mikey,
giving him
calm
out.
down. Let me finish my thought, please.
That's intellectually dishonest, and it makes us seem like assholes. You have to say what you're trying to say. Don't give him outs.
I'm not giving an out. I'm explaining something. Obviously, the church used this exact same argument against having sex so that you wouldn't get AIDS back in the day, right? Oh, well, I'll wear a condom. No, but don't wear a condom. Just don't have sex at all, because you still might get HIV, right?
But I like my Fruit Loops.
It's the opposite conversation right here, and the church is on the opposite side. So, even if someone does buy into those arguments that COVID is overblown, even if that's true, society is making it has taken a lot of measures, especially private businesses like Walmart, et cetera, and a lot of workplaces where people go to work. You cannot walk in my place of business without a mask on. So if you are standing next to me and talking to me and you're not wearing a mask, and whether I am or not, and I somehow get a cold from you or the flu, even if it's not COVID, guess what? I cannot literally go to work and feed my family because my workplace is going to keep me out of there for 10 days to quarantine because of the possibility that I might have COVID. So while this is going on, engaging in this behavior to me is irresponsible
morally,
because you can keep someone from literally having their work. They can lose a promotion. They can be laid off. They can be, given a reprimand, et cetera, by the company that they work for. Or you could even give it, or worse, you could give it to actually give them COVID, and then they pass it on to their grandparent, like my dad, who's in very poor physical health. And this bothers me because of that. And again, I'm saying these things, and I think even Mikey, because Mikey gets angry, right? And it's fine. But Mikey says these things because Mikey says these things with such vigor because Mikey gives a damn about people. He cares about people, and he doesn't want to see people hear things that might hurt them and that might damage them and spread bad ideas. He doesn't want you to be hurt. He doesn't want anybody to be hurt. So that is why he has this much vigor. It's not because we're trying to silence people or play First Amendment games. We're saying these things to you because we care and because we want to protect people for people's jobs and their lives.
No, I have a better question. I have several friends who are dead. Explain you not wearing a mask to me right now.
Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't catch it from me, first of all. So that's
not a good answer.
Important. No, it is an important answer because
no one's saying anything. No one's saying anything. I want to hear his full. I want to hear his full answer with all of his reasons. Right. I have dead friends from COVID. Go ahead. Explain to me why you're not wearing a mask is important.
More importantly, why you?
Haas, don't give him no
message.
out, bro.
No. What is the message you're sending to your congregation?
Bruh,
because it's not just about you, Sam.
Haas, I'm not trying to be that guy, but that's what pastors do, is they cold read and they read off of other people and they play off of the information, which is why I have specifically given him questions that he can't pull information from us from. And every time he's tried to pull information off from me, it's been something that is very uncharacteristically Mikey Famine. So again, my friends are dead from people not wearing masks. Explain you not wearing masks. No one help him explain his answer.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're asking.
I was very candid.
No.
You.
No.
Why don't you?
Me. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to make sure. You're talking about
and
me.
your face with no mask on it.
Yeah,
you.
Me. Yeah. Me. Right. We're talking about me.
I was very clear.
Okay. So first of all, as I mentioned, they definitely didn't get COVID from me, but that's important to go and to understand because you're asking what is the correlation between me not wearing a mask and your friends who have died of COVID. That is important because one thing that needs to be understood here is that when going and saying that not to wear a mask, there is also the message of if you are sick, you need to stay home. And it needs to be a important thing here of personal responsibility because it's not the government's job to make me stay home. It's not the government's job to put a mask on my face. The government doesn't have jurisdiction to do that. I would even say private businesses don't have a jurisdiction to go and to do that. That's outside of their scope. And that leads to bad ideas because the question is what else can they go outside of their scope to do?
Sam, can I go in? Hey, Sam,
you want me to answer?
You've answered for 30 seconds and it's been bullshit thus far. Can I go in your church and start pissing in the pews?
Could you? I suppose you could.
Would you tell me?
ability.
Would you tell me to stop?
Yeah, and we would
So if you're
probably
going
go
around
and have what is it called when you go on somebody's property and they don't want you there? Trespassing. Sorry. I mean, we probably give you for trespassing if it was. I mean, if it was an accident, no. But I mean, if it was obviously intentional.
So if you're spreading your cooties with your open breath onto my shit and you're not vaccinated, can I trespass you from my property?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what's the deal? So shouldn't people wear masks unless they want to get trespassed?
Absolutely. That is 100%.
So you're an advocate for non-mask wearers to be trespassed from businesses.
I'm an advocate for businesses to make their decision.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's a very different question. I asked you my question. Can you answer my question?
State it again.
Should businesses trespass people who don't wear masks?
I think it's within the right.
That's excellent. So if I put a sign out front that says you need to wear a mask, are you walking in?
Probably. Well, it depends on what it is.
If I say masks required, are you walking in?
It depends. Yeah, it depends on a couple different things.
But don't you understand that, like, I don't know, like a quarter of the people who catch COVID are asymptomatic and they can transfer COVID? So you could have COVID, have no idea that you have COVID, and spread it to other people?
I would disagree with the facts on that. I don't believe that's how COVID spreads.
So there has never been a case of someone being asymptomatic with COVID.
I would say that it is very, 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 very minuscule.
What is the percentage? Because you're gambling with someone else's health here.
I believe it was 10,000 out of 10 million in a study done in Wuhan.
Can you please put in the link? Can you give me the link there?
I don't have the link to that.
So if you don't have the link, then why do you purport these things?
Because I can give you the citation as to where I saw it.
What's the citation of where you saw it?
I saw it on the Steve Deace show.
Oh, come on, Sam. You are in charge of adults. You are their moral authority. And you're referring to other people. You need to have scientific studies and basis behind your decision.
No. I don't
just tell people.
You're asking me on one aspect of this. I give you a whole article that I wrote on this thing. I'm not faulting you at all for not reading it because I gave it to you just a few minutes ago. I didn't know this is what we were going to be talking about. So for you to expect me to have all of these citations right here is absolutely
But this is something that's important to you, clearly, because it's important to you to not wear a mask. Why? So you say
I don't go around this. I don't go around and people ask me.
Give me the cliff.
That's ridiculous.
Give me the cliff notes of why it's harmful to wear a mask.
Why it's harmful to wear a mask? You're more likely to go into to get bacteria caught there, going down your throat, which makes you more susceptible to getting things like pneumonia, which most of COVID deaths come from complications, not just COVID itself.
And you have citations for that.
You can go and look it up. It's complications. It's even the same.
But that's the problem, Mr. Pastor Man.
Give me a citation against it.
I don't have that. That's the thing about Christians, and this is why I don't argue with Christians 9 times out of 10, is because you always want to shove the burden of proof onto someone else. You are the one that made the claim.
Shove it onto me.
No, you have made the claim. You have made the claim that wearing a mask gives you bacterial infections, and I'm assuming your respiratory systems. I asked you for a source. You said, prove me wrong.
No,
that's not how it works.
I already gave you a citation to that. That's the thing. I thought you were asking for another one. I'm sorry.
So what can I tell you? I will give you my anecdotal evidence of me plus 100 plus people in my place of employment that wear masks every day, 8 hours a day. No one's gone sick from inflammatory, respiratory, bacterial infections. None of us have had to go to the doctor and get antibiotics because that's what you would need. You can't just like get over a bacterial infection. You need antibiotics. I have been working every day except for 1 week during this whole COVID pandemic with the general public. And I have been masked every day of that. And I've been vaccinated since.
Are you still wearing a mask? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Because it's important for me to show and to let people understand that wearing a mask is the cultural norm, and that is the good and honest and decent and morally responsible and biologically responsible thing to do. Because even though I'm vaccinated, that doesn't mean that I'm immune. Vaccinations don't make you immune to things. It gives you an autonomic response to viruses. That's what I have. So if I contract COVID, now my body knows what it is and it doesn't ravage my respiratory system in the meantime. Did you know that that's what the vaccine does? Did you know that?
Yeah. Yes. And the first vaccine was with smallpox, and they gave a cowpox, and that.
I'm sure that you've had a tetanus shot in your life, I believe.
I haven't come out and made.
Are you anti-vaccination? Are you anti-vaccination across the board?
No.
So then why
won't vaccination?
You're what?
I'm pro liberty. I believe that it is the individual's choice. I'm pro liberty when it comes to that. That would be.
It is so interesting that you are so about people's choice, but you were so against taxing the people who want all the damn choices, and you're so like the government is wrong in every sense except when it comes to protecting you and your ilk. Like, it is so interesting to me that you contribute nothing to the society. You, as you have already stated earlier in the show, you promote political ideals. You won't wear a mask. You don't do vaccinations. You won't promote vaccinations or masks. What good are you? All you do is hurt what all of the rest of the proletariat are trying to uplift and build. We're on your team, and you have found a sector, a niche, a fittest position in this society to leech from. You are not helping. You do not help your people by telling them not to get vaccinated, by encouraging not wearing masks. They will die, and that is because of you. And my question is, what do you benefit from this?
So you made a claim there. You said that they will die. Now, I want you to, first of all, explain your claim. Are you speaking in general that all people will die? Because I totally do agree with that. That's a biblical principle. But if not, I would like you to go into prove to me through citations. That you can get, that everybody will die of COVID. Because that's in context.
Is that Dutch? I don't need your Dutch. I don't need your Dutch. I don't need your help.
This is why I'm asking for the qualification. Are you saying that everybody will die? Because I agree with that. I agree with that, and that's why I'm on more of the side of liberty than I am on safety. And I believe that government's job is to safeguard liberty as to safeguard safety.
Define liberty.
Define liberty?
Define liberty. Since you used it 55 times, it should be easily readily in your brain to define what you mean by liberty. What do you mean by liberty?
I don't think you're going to like my answer because it's a theological answer. But
no, go ahead and give me your theological answer.
To act within the bounds of God's law.
Who's God?
I believe the God of the Bible is God.
Well, I disagree with that. I think Jehovah is God.
Well, Jehovah's.
I think Allah is God. I think the flying spaghetti monster is God. So just like you want to argue with me about mutual good or mutual benefit, which is what I was misquoting, who are you to say what God is? How the hell do you know?
Yeah. So
how do you know what God is?
So either truth is objective or it's subjective. And here's the thing: if it's subjective, then you don't have a right to tell me what to believe. And so you
don't have a right to place your beliefs on other people. Am I correct?
Okay, if truth is subjective, sure.
But you do that.
I don't place my beliefs on other people. People have the right to go and
encourage people with your position of power to not wear masks, to not get vaccinated, and your political beliefs. You have already committed to all of those things on the stream. We can run the tape back if you'd like.
Yeah, well,
explain to me when you did.
Encouraging and forcing on people, I think we would define this apparently differently.
So now you want to play semantics games?
No,
it's
it's not
into the
semantics.
same Christian corner that you have done.
No,
you are dangerous, bro.
Listen
Okay.
Dutch, I'll
Hold
kick you
hold
off.
on for a second.
Dutch, I'll boot you up. I'm not here.
No,
I'm
I
not
have
here
the
to make
same-
friends, Dutch.
I don't
I'm
have
not
a
here to make
sword
It
to
doesn't
force
matter.
people to do something. The government does have a sword to force people to do something.
They actually do something for the community. The church does nothing.
Well, that's a subjective.
At least
opinion.
they have a
subjective opinion.
Okay, so does the government or the church do more for the common people? Which does more?
I think the church does more.
How? Explain.
Well, I believe that the weight of the souls of men is much more important.
How much does that weigh the weight of the souls of men? What is
I believe
the
that
measurement
eternity
of
is
that?
everything. I believe Jesus goes.
Can
and
you
says
prove
that-
eternity to me?
Can I prove eternity to you?
Yes.
I
don't need
Why
help.
is that important? I'm not trying to help you. I'm
You're
trying to
arguing,
Stay out of it,
from,
please.
from a place of subjectiveness. So my question is, are you wanting me to go into show truth? Because as soon as you go and you say that, yes, you want to argue from objective truth, you're admitting that there must be a moral arbiter. And if there is a moral arbiter, that is what we would define as God. And then we can go and define who God is. That's fine.
No.
But if you're going to go and argue from a subjective thing, I don't have to prove anything to you because you're talking about what's my belief. And so I just want to know what rules are we playing by? Are we playing by your rules here of subjective truth when you want to be subjective and make assertions? Or are we playing by objective truth where I have to be objective, but you can be subjective? I would just want to know here.
So you can presuppose things, but I cannot.
No, we can both presuppose
things. You're presupposing things, but then you're acting like I can't presuppose things that you should pay fucking taxes. You should wear a mask. That's my presupposition, is that you should take care of people, but you don't. If you make a salary and there's one starving person in your city, you are immoral and you have no refutation to that. You are a hypocrite. I do not have to entertain all of your moral arguments because you, as a person, Pastor Sam Jones, are an immoral agent. And unless you prove me otherwise, you have no moral standing in this argument.
But by what standard? By whose
standards? Your standards.
I don't think I'm immoral by my standards. I think that so far we've only heard your standards.
You are. You have said several times that the church takes care of the people, and you take a salary, and there are starving people in your community. How have you taken care of them? I will wait for your response.
Well, first of all, we don't have starving children in our community so much with that. Specifically within the town. Within the town, it's a very small town. Like just listen to this. It's a very small town in the Midwest, and by small town I do mean very small. And it is actually as the whole an affluent town when it comes to the community. If you want to go and go out larger,
go capitalism.
That's fine. Secondly, I would say I am a foster parent. We do foster, we have adopted. So I think that you're probably railing out of a position of ignorance. Third of all, we have several people come over several times a year of those who oftentimes would fit into a demographic of not having as much money into our home personally several times a year. And our church does generally, as a rule, have a public feeding at least once a month. A little bit different during COVID. I'll be honest there. We do believe in some common sense with that too.
That's scriptural too. I'm not done with him, Dutch. So and tell me what your
hold on,
Dutch. I'm literally not done. Mikey's taking over. Chill out. Tell me what you guys do about the bad churches. All the churches that are taking millions and millions of dollars from fucking poor people. What do you guys do about those churches? I'm curious to know what you guys want to do.
I've got a podcast and I'm pretty outspoken. I would say.
Oh, you talk about it. That's very convenient. And I'm sure those hungry people and those hungry children from those predatory churches that are part of your religion.
Somebody else's moral responsibility on me, though. That's the issue.
Are you not the salt of the earth?
You're
This
placing
is your
somebody
this
else's
is
moral
your
responsibility,
responsibility.
and I'm fulfilling it.
The flock is your responsibility.
Not the flock, not the entirety of all of Christendom.
So who does and does not fit into your flock?
Those who would join our church as a covenant would be those who would be in my flock.
So everybody else outside that church is on their own. Good luck.
Well, hopefully they have other shepherds. That's the thing. But those
that's not an answer to my question.
Yes, it
is.
is.
The people
yes,
outside? No, it is not. Are the
Absolutely
people out? According to you, are the people outside of your flock on their own to find their own shepherd, to find their own way? Regardless, are they on their own if they're not part of your flock?
Okay, hold on here. I want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you asking in the sense of I see? This is how I took your question. Other pastors with their flocks. I'm not over them. That's how I took this. It was that you're asking me if I'm over those flocks.
What is your call to the altar? What is your charge? What is your duty here on earth?
Okay, that seems like a totally different question. But
if your duty is to manage and maintain and support the spiritual livelihood of your flock, I ask you, what happens to people who are not in your flock? Because I assume that your flock is not 7.5 billion people. So what happens to all the rest of them?
Yeah, well, my hope is that they're in other people's flocks. Okay, I mean, like I understand. I'm not.
That is so convenient.
I'm confused. Either I have the moral responsibility to do everything for every single person, or is that what you're getting at? Like, I'm really
that's your position presented to you, and you don't have an answer for it. It sounds weird when it comes from an atheist, doesn't it? That your job is to take care of the spiritual well-being and the care of everyone on earth, but you don't do it. You only do it for the people who live close enough to you to travel to your church. Doesn't that sound weird?
Well, that's not totally true
either. That's weird. That's a weird way to believe or base your beliefs on. It's weird. My omnipotent God only wants me to take care of this 5-block radius because it's a small town.
Well,
that's weird.
I don't think that's what he said. But we need.
Both
of you guys, hold on. We need to keep this on the rails because I understand that right now we're talking about like religion versus atheism and the moral constructs of both, and there are things that both
not
of
a
you guys
we
are
thing.
saying.
I don't want it to be a we thing. I don't need a mediator right now.
There are things that both of you that both of you probably believe about religion that I agree with. I know I agree with Mikey about a lot of stuff about the problems within the church. I know I agree with Sam about a lot of stuff about some of the good things that churches do. And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that churches should be vilified up and down the board. What I do think is that churches dismiss their responsibility.
I think churches should vilify churches and not atheists. I think if Pastor Sam Jones was more strident towards churches as opposed to socialists and atheists, I wouldn't have anything to say. But they don't. You don't police your own.
I'm with you. I share that. I share that with you.
Just like all cops are bad,
that sort of thing.
Like all cops are bad, all churches are bad. Until you clean up your own ranks, do not come to me pretending that you have the moral high ground. You have so many skeletons in your closet. You let so many people fall through the gaps over such petty small things. And these are supposed to be there are 7 billion humans in the universe that we know of. And you treat them like utter garbage. I will never treat them like that. Not a day in my life.
Well, it seems as though that you're holding me to a standard that unless I'm feeding every 7.5 billion people, that I'm immoral. But
you should be trying. If that's what you say.
No. What he is saying, Sam, is that you are an agent of an entity, and that entity is responsible for its communal action or lack thereof. And that is an issue that I have with the church in general.
You can't just play the good guys.
The church, right? Look, the church will say a lot of times, communism's bad, right? people will say, well, Castro had a great literacy program. That doesn't make Castro a good guy, right? Things can be good. You can do good things and bad things. At this point, we're talking about the negative things that are associated with the Christian church right now. And you are an agent of those things. So you have, whether or not you are personally propagating those things, it is the silence that is complicit. Because if you're silent about the issues with the church, and you are not, outwardly condemning those things, then you have an issue. Then I have an issue with, and let me just close off this point. So then I'm going to have an issue with it, because if you're going to spend, and I don't know if you do this or not, but if you're going to spend, and this is a problem at my church, two sermons a month on railing against homosexuality, another sermon a month railing against socialism, and another sermon a month talking about how the government is a problem, and then tying that into scripture, that is something that is inherently wrong with the church that is supposed to be preaching John 3:16, Romans 3:22, Titus 3:5, all of these key verses to Christendom, which is to save people's souls, spread the good news, and promote humanitarian causes and goodwill within the community, and be a beacon for those communities of good. And that is not where the church has been lately. And I know you don't like Trump, but a lot of this stuff comes from that nomenclature around him, because people have stopped within the Christian church to taking care of society like they used to do. The church used to do this. But if you're going to fight against socialism, which we believe in some construct, maybe not like a communist construct, but there is a construct of socialism that him and me both believe, if integrated into this society, can help every single person and save people from death, poverty, sickness, etc., and give them the ability to be a better part of society, and to uplift people, and to give equity to people who've been disenfranchised from it. And the church does not do any of this lately, and they should be, and they used to in some ways. And they need to get back to it, because right now the entire system is, just like government, is corrupt and going the wrong way. And that is, my friend, is where the anger comes from.
Well, I think you're trying to hold me responsible for everyone, and then you're sitting out here saying,
we're not. I said you're an agent of these. You're choosing to be an agent of the system, and where's the outrage against the system instead of against socialism?
Well, I came out here and made mention that I do have a podcast. I write blogs and things like that, and then I'm being told that I'm being silent, and silence is the issue. And so I think I'm just sitting out here going like, well, it sounds like nothing would be good enough out from what your expectation is outside of complete agreement to whatever your guys' positions are. And that is an issue. I think that, tell me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm not understanding what is it that I could do then.
Follow your own rules.
I told you how.
But
be fair. Explain to him an example of what he could do.
So again, with the taxing of the church, you the church, not you, Sam. You get, how many is it? Tell me again, Dutch. How many billion?
85.
That's not
it's not how many they get. That is the amount. If we tax the church at the normal corporate tax rate, it would produce $85 billion to $87 billion a year in revenue towards the federal government.
Okay, where's that $85 to $87 billion of benefit towards the community? And I don't see it, because I still have people hungry. I still have people poor. I still have people in jail needing representation. I still have people addicted to opiates. I still have people killing each other who need counseling. And the church is nowhere to be found, but they just say, yo, just show up. I got this new drummer for the band. I get that you guys want to do good. I don't care about your wants. I want your acts. I can judge a tree by the fruit that it bears.
So three things. One, and I think that you can agree with this point here. I don't think that I
disagree. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think that our church is morally responsible for all $85 billion. Can we agree on that point?
But that's literally splitting hairs, and that's a nonsense.
No one's saying that your church is responsible for 85 billion. What we're saying is that you're a piece of that. $800. I don't know.
So if you agree with me, then tell me how and why you agree with me if it's not you.
Well, let him finish the last point, because I do want to hear that. Please.
Okay. I want to come out here and make this clear that our church, however you want to go and define that, we're not responsible for all of this chunk. Okay. And now I gave you reasons as to how we're doing this and fulfilling it in our community, which I believe would be our chunk. But I can tell you, I don't have authority over the other things. And so I go the other churches that would have other chunks, and I would go out and I would speak against them, trying to convince them to go and to do other things. And then you told me that that's not enough. And so I'm curious here, then what is enough? I mean, I didn't go through the entire list of everything.
Is that what you preach though?
Oh, I rail against the church. I think that you might be.
So then there should be 45 blogs about that, right? Because you've inspired your flock to also believe the same things you believe, as well as not wearing a mask. They're also going to go out and make blogs of their own. This is what I'm saying. Like, wow. If you don't, I'd be doing
really good if I could get 45 blogs on anything from anybody else. I mean, I think you're holding it to a ridiculous standard, because I'm sitting here
that's not a ridiculous standard. But I can guarantee you, every single one of my listeners on the 5 separate podcasts that I'm a part of knows to go get vaccinated. They know where I stand on political issues. They know that the poor should be taken care of, and they know that every individual human has value. Every single one of them. If your church is not doing that, then my podcast needs tax-exempt status.
Did they go? Now, here's the thing. Did they go and they write 45 blogs? Because I want to know, are you holding yourself to that same standard? Because are
you on Twitter?
That's a tedious question.
You would see my congregates. You would see them on Twitter. They all espouse the same beliefs that all of us have.
Okay,
they're all very pro people.
Yeah.
Pro-human, pro non-human suffering. They're very pro non-human suffering.
And I will add, railing against the church. Railing against the church is fine.
We do. I mean, like I'm sitting here going, like, I don't think that. I think you're trying to demonize our congregation with that, and I'm sitting here going, I don't think that's really a good spot for you to try to do that.
No, I get that you're defensive and you're trying to protect your flock, but you won't wear a mask to protect your flock. I get it. You want to protect them from other ideas outside of your own, but you won't protect them from viral components, which could definitely, ultimately ruin their lives.
I'm gonna Sam. The nice guy in me doesn't even want to do this, but I'm gonna do it. I don't know that this is true, but I speculate that it's true. I speculate that the reason why Sam Jones doesn't wear a mask is because if you did, that the people in your church would be uncomfortable with it. Period. I truly believe that. I could be completely wrong here, but I have seen this phenomenon.
Does anyone in your church wear a mask?
Okay, qualifying at church or outside of church?
At church.
Generally, no.
Right. So now you're at the pulpit, right? You're at the pulpit. So like when Biden speaks,
come on, Sam.
It's okay that Biden doesn't wear a mask when he's speaking because he's 60 feet away from people. So when you're preaching, I'm not advocating for you to wear a mask when you preach. But what I am advocating for is that when you're walking up to the pulpit and when you're sitting in your seat while the worship team is going and those types of things, I believe, and again, I'm pretty sure I'm right, and I'm not, this is not a character assassination, but I think that you don't do it because if you did, like if you wore a mask in the seats, that there would be people in your church that would probably have a problem with it and might eventually criticize you or leave the church. That's my belief. I mean, I hate saying that. It really, truly bothers me to say that. I'm telling you right now. But I do believe that that's true because I have seen it at an evangelical church, River Lakes Church in Bakersfield, Illinois, with my own eyes.
I can say with pretty great confidence that's not the case. And I can give an anecdotal, fair enough, heartfelt reason. Thank you. My wife always tells me I say it wrong too. Heartfelt reason as to why. I am very much against the forced masking, and that is my wife. She has, and this isn't the only reason I hold the position that I held before with the other reasons, but this is one that really fuels the passion. My wife has severe headaches, and with these headaches, I mean severe. She's on anti-seizure medicine for them, and will go into full body convulsions, almost like a seizure-like thing. And one of the things that absolutely completely triggers them is from wearing a mask, because there are times when you have to wear a mask when you go to the doctor. I mean, and you're taking a child to the doctor. I mean, we're going to go get we're not going to turn down that and wear that. And I have seen my wife absolutely go through incredible misery from that. And as I've stated, this isn't my primary reason. This isn't my only reason.
She can wear a face shield.
Hold on, Dutch.
Right?
Let him
She can wear a shield.
This isn't my primary reason. This isn't my only reason with doing that. But it is something that absolutely fuels it. And I can tell you that it is really heartless when you go to a place where there are supposed to be medical exemptions, and you still get kicked out of different places for wearing a mask.
Who?
Well, that's what I say to you, because it's appointed for all men to die. So guess what? Everybody is going to die.
Fuck everyone else because your wife has seizures?
No.
Your wife
needs
to protect her health and protect her safety and stay her ass at home.
You're not hearing my point. First of all,
selfish of you. How dare you, Sam? How dare you?
No, how dare you? How dare you act like people didn't die before 2020?
This is why you live in a small town, ridiculous. Sam. Because that shit don't fly in big cities.
You're right. I would
have to be considerate to your fellow man.
Completely stand against this stuff anywhere I was. You're absolutely ridiculous. You are just a virtue signaling. You are just a virtue signaling leftist.
You're a fucking pastor.
No, you're a virtue signaling leftist who has absolutely no morality.
You fucking kidding me?
That's what you are. You are a tyrant.
Oh my God, you've never earned a dollar in your life, Sam. Name me $1 you've earned from your own sweat. Name me a Dutch, don't you fucking dare.
All men must die thing, though. No, I have to touch on that. I'm sorry.
No, Sam.
We're good.
Tell me the first dollar you've earned on your own merits. You fucking coward. I told you, Dutch, I'm here for the fucking smoke from here on out. I'm sick of these dudes lying to people, and when they get called on it, they have to shift and move the goalposts and move the goalposts and move the. He said he doesn't wear a mask because his wife has a condition, but at the same time, he won't pay tax,
which I'm
because
sure
he pays
medication for. I'm sure she takes medication for it. Of course,
I'm glad everyone got to see that firsthand, and I will be sharing this episode far and wide. This isn't a Mikey's drunk thing. This dude is a liar, and he is a dangerous liar. This is the shit that Trump puts in people. This is what he awakened in people. And this is what is spreading across little America everywhere. This is why I have to worry about the neighborhood that I want to purchase a home with for my mixed family. Because of dudes like him. Because they believe if it's in my holy book, then it's okay to just spout out to people. It's okay to just lie. He's lying and he's endangering people's lives, and he's okay with that because he gets paid to say so.
Right.
And that's fucked up.
The first 3 hours of this podcast, God, this is the longest ever, but the first 3 hours, 3.5 hours of this podcast, we had a lot of disagreements with him. But those, by and large, were philosophical disagreements. This last disagreement is not a philosophical disagreement. And like I don't react to the stuff the same way Mikey does, but I feel exactly what he says. And Mikey, let me just say something to you.
Yes, sir.
I don't agree with the way that you with the way that you do things sometimes, but I want to tell you that I love you. Okay, like I do.
love you too. You. Piece
I love
of
you.
Shit,
You're my
motherfucker.
brother. You fuck. I truly love you. You are a passionate human being, and you care about people. That doesn't mean that I agree with your tactics. You know that, right? Like we have very different ways that we handle tactics. But I also understand the frustration. And when he said that it was gene therapy,
he lied.
I'm glad that you
on purpose.
I'm glad that you came out first, because I was going to end up being that guy. You know, that is a dangerous statement. And let me just say something to our viewers.
It's horribly
say that this is
dangerous.
All right, to say that the vaccines are gene therapy, even though, by the way, gene therapy is not in itself horrible. It's a scary term meant to scare people away. I am scheduled to get my vaccine on the 17th. Okay. I was supposed to get it last month, and then the goddamn J&J one got pulled the day before my reservation. So I'm supposed to go on the 17th. I admit I have a level of nervousness because I'm afraid, I might get a little bit sick. I admit that. No, and that's and having a healthy, let me finish my thought. Having a healthy level of anxiety.
Fine. I wasn't going to shout that down. But you're a grown ass adult. You've been sick before. If someone says, "Hey, if you get this, you're going to be a little sick. You're going to be out for a day." You are an adult, and you can prepare, and you can plan, and you can be okay in that situation. It's not going to just break you and kill you.
No, and yes, the answer to this question is yes. He said that the vaccine was gene therapy. We had a heated discussion with a lot of disagreement until that point, and that's where it turned ugly. And like I would have handled it differently than Mikey did, but we're in complete alignment. See, I'm never gonna get there. We're in complete alignment on the danger here, and it got a little bit off the rails because Mikey hates religion a lot more than I do, right? But
no, Dutch. I'm not gonna let you promote bullshit like he was promoting bullshit. I don't hate religion. I hate lies. And I hate people who promote lies. He was lying.
Religion inherently promotes lies.
He is lying, Dutch, and he's lying to our audience, not his audience, which is why I don't like the rest of the GK fucking crowd.
Well, that's why I asked him to have Irish Swede on.
They're a bunch of fucking liars.
What did he say?
Irish Swede does not want to talk to them because they're liars, Dutch. We don't entertain false actors.
Irish Swede. See, here's the thing. They will not put someone on their podcast who is going to give a contrary position, at least not that contrary. Maybe a little bit, but not that contrary. Like Jeff Dornick takes the debate.
Stop saying his name. He gets no spin on these airwaves.
All right. Gel hair. Mr. Gel Hair gets when they do their debates, like for their fight night thing he was talking about, he takes the role of the classical liberal because people read that and they say, well, classical liberal must mean Democrat, right? And then they espouse ideas that have nothing to do with people who are
I hear you, man. I
liberals.
know you're trying to explain something to me about
and that's wrong.
I totally get you're trying to explain something to me about a bunch of assholes that I don't give a fuck about. I don't care. You can save the explanation.
It's not about them.
No one cares about them.
It's not about Mikey. It's not about them. It's about the people.
But you're explaining them.
No, because what I give a shit about is the people who get their information there and think that it is the only truth and they are like Ben Shapiro or whatever. Or
you're not going to change their minds. You're not going to change it.
You can.
I guarantee
you can. And you can by having people like Irish Swede go on that show and debunk things systematically when it comes and just specifically on the economic socialism.
Dutch, when it comes to matters of race, it is not black people's job to go into white neighborhoods and explain why racism is bad. That is incumbent upon white people to dismantle racist power structures. It is not incumbent upon intellectual, caring individuals to unfuck the church.
Then who is going to do it?
No one's going to do it because
then the problem proceeds.
It's going to proceed whether you go in there or not. They don't listen to logic. They believe in Sky Daddy. There is no logic to be had.
Well, believing in Sky Daddy is not a disqualifier for having logic.
Yes, the fuck it is.
No, it isn't.
It is. And if you want to have that conversation with me right now, we're already 4 hours in. Let go.
We can certainly have that conversation another day. But my point is I think that it's helpful to get to those audiences, even if they're the ones propagating it. I do this at my men's group every single weekend, every single Friday.
How many people from your men's group watch the show every week?
2
out of
probably 40.
Out of how many men's groups?
I'm only in one. Jesus Christ, how much time do you think I have?
That's what I'm saying. It is as the Russians say, it is pissing in the ocean.
But those 2 people make a difference.
It's pissing in the ocean because all it takes is for one person to bring up, "Hey, let me just fill up some garbage bags with gasoline," and they're right back on the they're right back on the bandwagon. They're not interested in facts. Certain people are interested in facts and certain people are not. If you cannot recognize the difference, you're going to waste a lot of time and energy and money trying to convince them of something that they weren't convinced into. They believed into it. He is in a belief system, not in an evidence system, not in a proof system. He's in a belief system. You're not getting him out of that.
Let me push this back slightly on you though. That is a warped sect, which has now become the mainstream of that belief system, because we had Captain Barr on last weekend and he had some ideas we didn't agree with, but he was nowhere near this guy. We had Todd Musser on, the Messianic Jew, a couple weeks ago. I think that you and him got along pretty well. I'm sure there's things you'll disagree on, but by and large, these are 2 people who are advocating to the evangelical community for things like Black Lives Matter to pull one out.
He's talking about Black Lives Matter.
Who? Todd Musser, absolutely.
No, last dude.
He is a work in progress because
he is Jeff Dornick's fucking bootlicker.
No, wrong guy. I'm talking about Captain Barr.
I'm talking about a homeboy that just fucking rage quit.
No.
He's a bootlicker.
I was not talking about him. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about last week's podcast.
Oh, so yeah. But even he was like, "Yo, I never really thought about it that way, that I memorize all these fantasy football shit, but I don't know my representative," because that's something real and actual. And if people won't meet you on real and actual, how many times did we present real and actual to that guy? And he didn't fucking care. He doesn't care, Dutch. And that's what I'm trying to get through to you. You are so pig-headed and so stubborn sometimes that you don't understand, even when you're right, people don't want to hear it. They don't care. So it's best for you to bolster and give better arguments and strengthen the community that cares. That's better than trying to convert these people who are incontrovertible. They don't care about the truth. Obviously, he knows that people are dying from COVID. He knows what the numbers are. But he doesn't care because he lives in a small town in Iowa and it hasn't hit him. But if he lived in New York City and he saw the refrigerated trucks, he'd have a totally different mindset. But he's a small peon in the grand scheme of things.
But we can't
chase them.
But I disagree with you 100% on the fact that it doesn't matter. He
does not matter.
I'm not worried about Pastor Sam Jones.
His flock of 13 people does not matter. At this point, at this stage of things, it's 2021. It's already May. If he wants to walk around with no mask and infect his whole community and get them all sick, that's on them at this point, because the information has been provided to them that they should know better and they should do better. Just like just like capitalism, sponsored by white people, wants to tell black people to pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps because they should fucking know better and do better. Him and his little fucking country ass, hick ass town should know better than to not interact with each other within 6 feet without a mask. They know better. They're choosing not to do better. Good luck to them. Good luck. I don't fucking care about fucking inconsequential, murderous, treacherous, team-killing fuck-asses. I'm not on their team anymore. I'm done. I am a essential worker who has been at work every day except for 7 days since this pandemic started, seeing 3,000 to 6,000 people a day. And probably in the town that I'm in, 15 to 30% of them don't want to wear a mask, which means I can't go see my family, which means I can't see my brother-in-law who has had a kidney transplant from Make-A-Wish. Right. I've only seen him in person twice in 2 years because of this pandemic.
But that doesn't mean
they're idiotic and selfish and destructive behaviors have impacted my life.
But
and they don't get that.
I get that. I get that they don't get it, but I'm worried about the people that are in that congregation and the people that are ancillary to that congregation, because you don't let me put it this way. This is what happens, in my opinion, when things get escalated.
Survival of the fittest.
I know I'm fine with I escalate things too, but I say all the time, you're not going to convince a woman to not have an abortion by standing out of the side of the abortion clinic, calling her a murderer and showing her pictures of chopped up babies. That turns out that's not a way to fix that conversation.
Apples meet oranges, not the same thing.
But it is when it comes to the
no, it's not.
When it comes to yelling at people who go to church and trying to talk to them.
Dutch, you're wrong. That's super insensitive, and it's nowhere in your realm to say. You're not a woman. You've never made that. You're not a woman. You've never made that choice. Don't make that as an allegory. Find something else.
What are you talking about?
You don't get to say that about a woman's choice on a matter. Find another allegory. You can't use that. You don't know what that feels like. You don't know what that feels like. So how can you describe that?
I do.
How can you use that as a demonstration when you have no idea how that feels?
So let me ask you a question. I do know twice how it feels to have gotten a girl pregnant and had her make what is her legal choice to do, and me not be in favor of it. And you were not there when I was crying my fucking balls out. You were not there.
I'm sorry.
No, Mike,
you have your own response.
You don't get to fucking tell me how I feel about it. Okay.
No, you don't know how she feels.
Yes, and that's and I support her right to do what she wants to do.
Right. Which means that you also cannot speak on how she feels.
But that doesn't mean that I am exempt from my emotion.
I did not say that, did I?
So
I did not say that. You're arguing against a point that I did not bring up. You love to strawman me,
but
and that's not what I said.
You're saying that I can't use that analogy because I'm not a woman.
Yeah, you don't know what abortion choice is to a woman because you are not a woman who's had to make an abortion choice. Are you not?
That's not the point that I was making.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you try to make a point with it.
The point that I am making,
you can't make the point because you're not of it. That's not your choice.
The point that I am making is that if you wanted to say, if your goal was to save the baby in the womb or the fetus in the womb, if that's your goal, you're going to be more likely to accomplish that goal, if it's your goal, by having a conversation with someone than you will by screaming at them and calling them a murderer. That is my point. And it's a completely legitimate conversation. I'm not using that as a pro-life or pro-choice stance.
But
making an example because that's something conservatives do all the time. And
you're Dutching right now, which is you're taking something that you have no business speaking on and trying to use it as an example for a perfectly good point. So
but
my challenge
you said a minute ago though that I have to go that I can go into white communities and talk about racism, I'm not sure how you reconcile those two statements, because if I'm able to go in and defend programs like, or not defend programs like, but defend ideas like the things that like the Southern strategy are real, or that systemic racism is real, or that Black Lives Matter is not a socialist organization, or things like that, I still can go in and have those conversations with people. And I've had them with Black people on this podcast who think that those things are true. So by that same coin, how can I have that conversation about racism and try to stem that tide if I can't even use an analogy about abortion? Because if that's the case, then you can't make an opinion about it either on the other side.
No, that's a double straw man argument. First, your straw man
was it a straw man?
Your first straw man was about race, and your second straw man was the last statement you just said. You are not a woman. You can't react and respond to a woman's response to abortion versus yours. Those are different. They're two valid but different things. I didn't say that your experience was invalid. You said that I said that. And that is the definition of a straw man. You built up an argument and you beat it down, but it wasn't my argument.
What I heard. That was what the.
That's what you heard, but you didn't let me finish my statement. You thought I said that, but that's not what I said.
But what I was saying is that
I'm very good at saying what I mean and not what I don't.
What I am saying is that the conservative side likes to yell at people to convince them of their way. They like to yell at people about things like Black Lives Matter. They like to yell at people about things like abortion. They like to yell at people about things like socialism and call them un-American. That's murderers, whatever it is that the case may be. And what I am saying is that yelling and calling people names is not conducive to, I'm going to use that term you don't like again, to winning that soul. And I'm using that as an analogy. So,
I don't want to win his soul. I want him to know that you can't say that shit everywhere.
No, I agree with you. Yeah,
you
certainly can't say it here.
That's my agenda. My agenda is you will not spout hate and vitriol and lies on any platform that I'm associated with. Because if you do, I'm coming for that ass. And even hours before the show started, when you told me who was coming on, and I said, "What? I'm not pulling any punches tonight."
Yeah, I know that.
I meant that shit.
Well,
I do not abide Christians lying on a platform, which is why I even got heated when you tried to use Bible verses in the fucking text.
Because
this is not a Christian show. This is not
okay. This is a show with three people on it. We have different views. So So now
I want the satanic episode next week.
Great. The Bible verse that I quoted. It
doesn't matter.
Right?
It doesn't matter. You're giving the Bible a platform on a show where everyone isn't Christian. That's what happened.
What I'm doing is I'm giving history a platform.
The Bible is not history; it's fiction, Dutch.
The Bible. No, that's not. The Bible is absolutely. Just its existence is historical, and the fact that it's been influential on humanity for 2,000 and something years. It is the influence that is part of the history. You may not believe with the text, but the influence is real and it is tangible. And that particular verse that I cited was tangible to the conversation about how capitalism.
Let's just read the Constitution of the Confederacy, because that's historical. So it's important, and we have to read it because it matters. It doesn't fucking matter, Dutch. It doesn't.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because the people that are in front of you and the lives that are presented around you, that is what matters. Someone's holy book is not important, because I didn't see you quote the Quran, the Mahavishya, all the bullshit. Like, you didn't put any other shit up there.
Because this is Dig On America, and this country has been led down a path.
So there's no Hindus.
You didn't let me finish, and you thought I was saying something I didn't say. The biggest influence on this country has been Christianity. True or false?
Yeah, to our detriment.
Okay, and that is precisely what I was talking about, was the influence of that verse on the money debate within Christianity. That's it. And it is very important to the ideas of capitalism.
It isn't. And you got proved wrong about that 1,000 times from an economist. That's not like, this is the thing.
How did I get,
like,
how did I get proved wrong about something that is true? Because Irish Swede is not right about it. First of all, I didn't hear Irish Swede say anything about that. He said he was talking about the fact that
you should go back and watch the chat while the live stream was going.
Okay, but the Bible verse had nothing to do with what I heard him saying rail against. What he railed against was something that I clarified later, which was that capitalism innovates investment in increasing of wealth, which I didn't say. I said that the idea that it is characterized as such. And he said, okay, yeah, you're right. I see the characterization there. That is the P part of the context. What I was talking about was the fact that the church used to be against capitalism based on that verse. But then that changed with John Calvin, and that's how the Christian church became so pro-capitalist. That is important to the conversation about capitalism in the United States. The Quran is not. There are other things the Quran is extremely important about.
How is the church capitalist when it doesn't pay taxes?
That's exactly the reason why I brought up the.
But did you bring up the fact that the churches don't pay taxes? Oh no, wait, you just waited for me to bring that up.
I did a whole show on that.
This is what I'm saying, dude.
I did a whole paper.
Just like he was saying things without proper context and it makes him sound crazy, just like not getting vaccinated. We have to be responsible for our platform. He was not responsible, and I lit his ass the fuck up because that's how I run shit around here. I don't like shit being fucking crazy. But it's the same thing for you, and that's why I wanted. It would have been much more. It would have been much more beneficial for us to have Swede here the entire time, as opposed to fuck Stick McGillicuddy, who didn't know his ass from a dirty fucking hole in the ground because all he does is sit there and suck off the fucking teat of fucking poor ass farmers out in fucking Iowa. The stingy bastard. Fuck that guy. Fuck DK, fuck all of them. And if y'all got smoke for me, I'm ready. The fuck out of here, you weak bitches. I'm so sick of us placating and pretending that liars are honest. We have to stop at some point, dude. We have to stop. Who is the last one who's going to sit there and say, all right, I respect your opinion and we agree to disagree? Fuck that. I don't agree to shit. I'm going to shout. I'm going to shout down motherfuckers on here.
Yeah,
and we should do that at every point, to the point where people can't even get on here unless they're earnest, unless they're honest, unless they have something of worth to provide to the conversation. This dude is out here talking about, I'm not wearing a mask. Mm-hmm. Are you fucking shitting me? How many people dead in India? And you're telling your people not to wear a mask? That's irresponsible. I'm an adult, dude. If he wants to have a teenage fucking let's have a little Bible study group. If you want to have a teenage fucking platform, go for it. This is the big leagues out here. This is the big leagues. We get taxed on our income and we're honest to our fucking viewers. If he don't want to be part of that, he can get the fuck out of here forever.
K. Aris, you are precisely right, though that's not the verse I was discussing, but the in the chat, but you are correct. That is often actually there's two verses in Leviticus, and I believe one in Numbers that is, and in fact, there's a very pro-socialist, interestingly, a pro-socialist verse in Numbers where I believe it's Numbers 25, where they talk about every 50 years, Israel had a jubilee, and they would be capitalist for 50 years, and people would accumulate wealth over that 50 years, and other people would lose all their wealth and become slaves. And on the Jubilee, every 50th year, all of the assets within the community were amalgamated and redistributed evenly, and everybody fucking started over, no matter where they were at, king or slave. So tell me that that's not a quasi, at least, socialist construct. So again, Mikey,
dude.
Well, there are people in the book who, again, that's a different conversation.
It's a made-up book, dude. I know literal scholars. I can get Dr. Carrier on here next week. It's the historicity of the shit in the Bible it don't check out.
Certain things, you're right. Moses is probably made up. Abraham is probably made up, or an amalgamation of different people. But when you get to the later characters, like they know that like there are some of a lot of the historical figures that are talked about, like Ramses and David, that those people did exist. Within the construct.
That's because
of the
they
Bible.
just stole all that shit from other religions and other religious texts.
Sure, absolutely.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean the Bible's true. That just means they stole information and characters from other fucking historical texts.
But you're that's a different argument, brother. You're saying that that the religion within the Bible and the salvation within the Bible and those stories in the Bible are all made up. That could be true, but there is a lot of things that are historically provable that are in the Bible as far as historical events that took place.
Okay, so if I make
stuff like that, so
if
stories are not.
So if I start typing up a newspaper and I date it 1998, and then I start putting things in it randomly, and they happen to become true, or I start stealing things from other random newspapers from 1998, and they become true. Does that mean that
you're right? It was only for the fellow Hebrews. You're correct, but it was still that society. I'm sorry, Mikey.
I'm just saying. Just because something happens in their book that actually happened in reality, it doesn't mean that the book is true. It just means that they reported something that already happened that everybody already knew about. That doesn't mean that the rest of the book is true. That's not a veracity.
No, I get that. Like I'll say that about the Bible. I'll say that about the Quran. Like there's things in the Quran that we know for a fact are historically true, and the Quran and the Bible themselves are historical references to a degree.
If somebody writes up the movie Titanic has the ship Titanic sinking, is it a historical document or is it a work of fiction? It's a work of fiction that has some real events that happened in it. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is true.
No, I totally agree with that statement.
Dexter,
I'm not sitting here arguing that the Bible is completely true. I mean, I will never do that because I don't believe that is true. So I believe that it's twisted, warped, made up, amalgamized, and a lot of other stuff. But there's still good and bad in there also. So anyway, 4 hours and 41 minutes later, this is going to have to be like 3 podcasts. So
I want my own episode of me lighting his ass up because I meant that shit.
you might. Well, it'll probably be what happens. So first of all, let me just say to the people who someone in the chat agreed with me 5 years later. But let me just say to the people who watched this marathon, thank you.
Those are all my friends. Hey, y'all. I love y'all. I'm the only one that brings people to the goddamn end.
Ari's in there. He's been chatting. And
who?
Ari who?
Ari's.
Boom.
What up, Ari? You my friend too. I'm claiming you.
Dutch is the voice of reason here, he says. So
oh, leave it on the screen a little bit longer, why don't you, Dutch?
Oh, here.
Bring the conversation back to reason.
I think he was mad because he told me to shut up. But that's okay because you can say that whenever you want because I love you, brother. So
I keep it real.
All right. Go, Mikey, go fuck yourself. And everybody who paid attention to this whole show, thank you. I know this was This was something else, wasn't it?
Hold on.
This is worth a Patreon right here. This is worth $1 to the Patreon. Go sign up, patreon.com/Dig On America or DOA podcast, whichever one it is. Check both. It's Dig On America. Patreon.com/Dig On America. And give us $1 a year for $12 a year for this particular show because it was so. I'm exhausted, and Mikey, it's 3 a.m.
Say your thing to wrap up the recording, and then I'm gonna say. Well, I'll just say it now. Just cut this middle part where I'm saying right now. My friends in the chat, I'm gonna post the link to join us in the chat, and I want to hear you guys' things after show. So Dutch,
come and join us in the room. Actually,
Dutch, take us home.
All right, we'll see all you motherfuckers next week on Dig On America, and we promise it will not be 4 hours. And actually, hold on. Let's get to all fours. 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. we might as well get there. So what we'll do is just say this. If you're not listening, if you watch the show on YouTube, do us a real quick favor. Go to iTunes or to Google Podcasts or Spotify or whatever. Do us a favor and subscribe to the show there. Listen to 1 or 2 episodes. I kind of edit them a little bit. But we would love for you guys to give us some listens on there, because that will help us. And we're going to have gear real soon. A lot of you guys have earned gear. And I will be paying some money to a graphic designer very soon. And I appreciate all Mikey's work on trying to get that done. It didn't work out. But the guy busted his ass to try to get that done for 4 months.
Bad actors.
Yeah. And I appreciate it.
Bad actors.
With that being said, I'm going to end the broadcast at 4 fucking hours, 44 freaking minutes and 44 seconds. Peace.